I'm out to be with us in person at the summit. All I can ask is this, have you ever heard of a global summit being held at this scale by an Indian media organization, right here in Stuttgart in Germany? And what was it like when you first got the call to say that you have to be a part of it?
No, wonderful. I think it's a good question to ask, Krishnan. So very intriguing. Amazing to see a TV channel setting up and being a very big part of a global summit here in very cold but beautiful Stuttgart. Germany is a country I've traveled quite a bit to. Always liked coming over here. It's the automotive capital in more ways than one. So actually excited to be here. Very excited.
Excited to be here. Exciting times for the semiconductor industry as well. I mean, and India is like raring to go when it comes to getting that pole position as far as semiconductor business is concerned.
You're very right. India has had a very long play in the semiconductor engineering space for over 3 decades now. But Micron made an announcement on starting manufacturing in Gujarat a year back. And now many more such announcements have come. So interesting time because India has a unique combination of engineering, R&D, manufacturing and local consumption all kind of falling in place. And the Indian policy making is proving to be very, very sensitive to the needs of the industry. So I would say the planets are lining up. It's a wonderful time to do semiconductors in India.
Wonderful time to do semiconductors in India. Wonderful time for India to be a global leader in many things, like the way an Indian media organization is taking the lead over here. And when it comes to your industry as well, it's time for India to become that global leader, the voice of the global South. Already something that Prime Minister Modi has espoused many times again and again. So it's all about keeping your ambitions sky high, isn't it? Because there is nothing that we can't reach.
Yeah, without sounding too jingoistic, I can say that this is the century for the country. Everyone talks about it. We feel very strongly about Micron's growth in India. So does almost all the global brands. And I think this is a wonderful moment. We got to make the most of it. And I think that's what we all are trying to do in our own little ways. So.
And getting back to the News9 Global Summit, talk to us. You're part of what we call as a playoff. We're not calling it a panel discussion. This is not a typical news media summit. We're calling it a playoff.
Exciting session. It is talking about what else but AI. But I think it's talking about AI in the context of India, AI in the global context. I will talk about AI in the context of semiconductors a little bit. So I think it will be talking about all the headwinds and tailwinds that are kind of in front of this very interesting inflection point for the industry. How can we adopt AI from a productivity, automation, and essentially better outcomes, right? At the end of the day, we're trying to mimic human intelligence using all the technologies in front of us. So every country will have its own little playbook. It's going to be an interesting discussion, great mix of people. Looking forward to that.
Looking forward to that. Thank you, Anand. I won't hold you up any long. Carry on. And with that, I'm going to hand it back to the studio. All yours, guys.
Thank you so much, Shweta. Yes, I have Mr. Shubhranshu Singh. He's the CMO Tata Motors. So thank you so much for taking the time out. First of all, it's freezing. Are you okay?
Thank you, Maya. First of all, let me congratulate Network 9 for this wonderful organization of bringing so many people from Germany and India together. Yes, it is cold, but may I say all the warmth from the Network 9 family as well as from all the volunteers who are here has made it really worth the while.
Thank you so much for that, sir. I've got to ask you, what are you looking forward to in the summit? And we've got variety of topics from politics, to diplomacy. There's also a topic that I'm particularly looking forward to. How can we use sports as a soft power? But there are lots of things that we're going to be talking about. What's the one thing that you're looking forward to, sir?
Well, you're absolutely right. It's a very engaging agenda. I am privileged to be on 2 panels. One where we're talking about the consumer journey west to east, and it's been beautifully termed Srinagar to Stuttgart. And the other one on how the automobile industry is at an inflection point and taking off. I think what's welcome about the agenda and the way it's been set is it's not taking a Western view into India or an Indian view of what the world is all about. It's truly about a confluence. And the fact that an Indian television network is doing it in Germany, bringing so many of the German industry leaders and government representatives here and making them meet likewise folks from India is, I think, a very heartening development.
Mr. Singh, thank you so much for taking the time out. Thank you for coming here, contributing to this conclave in a way, and we're looking forward to the sessions that you're going to be on. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, there you have it, Mr. Singh from Tata Motors. I can tell you one thing, Kabir and Shweta, it is freezing here, but like Mr. Singh was saying, the warmth here of the people that we've been meeting, the conversations that we've been having with everybody. It's quite something. And like Mr. Singh said, there's a lot to look forward to. There are two topics that I am particularly excited about. One is, of course, the panel that we have today, which is harnessing soft power, sports and entertainment, or sportstainment, we're calling it. And that's a topic that's close to my heart. And the other one, of course, is India as a footballing nation, the German template. What better way than to engage our Indian audiences and Indian football enthusiasts with people in Germany, with Germany being a footballing powerhouse. I think that's another session that I'm looking forward to, yes. Thank you.
That's right. I have with me Mr. R.K. Goel of one of our co-sponsors or co-powered by this new summit, which is Kalyani Feresta. Mr. R.K. Goel, thank you so much for being with us, even as we kick off this summit. Talk to us. This summit is co-powered by Kalyani Feresta. What was it like when we first told that an Indian media house is hosting a global summit at the iconic MHP Arena in Stuttgart in Germany, and how come you came on board?
We were very happy and excited about the opportunity because we have already developed green steel, where we are the first in the country and so far the only one. And we are among the best in the world. So we found that it's a good opportunity to showcase ourselves in Stuttgart, a major auto hub. And we produce steel largely for automobiles, so it was a great opportunity.
It was a great opportunity. It's fantastic to have you on board as well. You've come here, you've seen the kind of people who have assembled here for a summit like this. Some of the best names from the world of politics, from corporate world, sports. This is a summit unlike any other, I'm sure, that you've come across before.
Definitely not, where the politics, business, a particular segment and sports, they are all together in one summit. This is for the first time I'm witnessing, and that's how it has become much more exciting, including all our potential customers.
Right, and also this is a time when India is making a statement globally. This is an Indian media house making a statement globally. I'm sure you as a company harbored global ambitions for a very long time. So in that sense, this is India's time in the sun. Is India's global moment.
Yes, definitely, it's a global moment. And we are getting more and more recognition globally, including by Harvard Business School. They are writing a case study on our success story.
That's right. No less than the Harvard Business School. Mr. R.K. Goel, thank you so much for being with us, for co-powering this summit. I don't want to hold you up anymore. Please continue with your engagements for the day, and we will be bringing you more and more live updates. But for now, Mr. Goel, thank you so much for being with us. As you can see, this is a red carpet where the biggest of names from the world of business and politics. We have two senior Indian ministers at this summit, no less than Union Minister Shri Ashwini Vaishnav and Union Minister Jyotiraditya Scindia. That's the kind of names this News9 Global Summit has at this stage. And as you can see, this is a very, very cold time here in Stuttgart. Temperatures at 0 or minus, and yet the excitement is only rising. It's hitting a fever pitch, so it's sort of keeping us warm, all the excitement around the News9 Global Summit, and we will be continuing to get you all the action from the red carpet right here. But for now, I'm handing it back to you guys in the studio, Shweta and Kabir.
Silver Bear?
Silver Bear.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's
You've
out of
got
Hong
to tell
Kong.
me. Did you land today or?
I landed last night, so I came in from Italy, and then the rest of the guys came in from the UK today. So I could say I'm well rested, but I worked until 3 in the morning. So I have the office in the US. So that's the one bad thing. I'm over here, and they finish around 8, 9, which is 2. So and then you're up at like 6:30 in the morning over here. So
Yeah, that's true. They
You
wake
do
up
it.
really early, right?
yeah.
They really do.
Rakesh today calling me at 6:45,
Yeah.
asking me what time it was breakfast. So I said,
Jay Frankovich. Jay Frankovich. Oh, it's cold.
I know.
Where did you? When was the last time you visited India?
I was there last month.
Oh.
So I've been doing a lot of warm weather. I'm in Malaysia a lot, Phuket a lot, India. So this
Where
type
in
of cold,
India did you go?
I was in Delhi to see the guys.
Okay, that's where we're based out of.
Yeah. So, I'm not liking the cold as much now. Now than like I grew up in New York, so I'm used to it.
Yeah.
But then when you like start working in places where it's always warm, you don't like the cold.
Thanks so much, Kabir. Yes, I have Jay Frankovich with me. He's from Silver Bear, and he's going to tell us more about why he's here, because he is on one of the panels that I'm moderating today. It's harnessing soft power, sportstainment. Jay, number one, what are you looking forward to in this summit? And have you seen something like this? You know, an Indian channel coming here, organizing this kind of a summit, sort of. Encouraging conversations between the two countries, corporate leaders, policymakers, politicians, sports people.
I mean, this is the exciting part of this, right? I haven't seen anything like this, but super interested to work with the guys over at TV9, and I think the opportunity is massive to build up from the foundation. Youth sports, the Tigers and Tigresses, is something I'm really excited about. And I think if you look at it in a whole, sports and entertainment, and combining the two, and what we have inside of India with 700 million people on the internet, and the 18 to 35-year-old demographic of content, I think there's a lot of opportunity for the sports and entertainment side in India to really flourish. So
I'm going to, of course, be talking about this in detail with you when we have the session, but sportstainment being used as a soft power. What do you have to say about that? And I know nations are doing it now. We saw what Qatar did, with the World Cup. We've also seen, what with the Netflix bout between Mike Tyson and Jake Paul. What are you, when you look at this, sports and entertainment being used as soft power, is that something now that countries know is not just a buzzword, it's more than that, and they're using it to their advantage?
I think you really have to connect with the fan base. And if you look at Dana White, for example, I watched UFC 309, and they said, Dana, how do you keep up the growth? I mean, you guys have grown tremendously. And he said, if you don't connect with content creators and you don't produce more content, then you die, right? And I think you have to really make an immersive world for the fan, because just going to a game and it being over on Sunday and not talking about it Monday doesn't do anything. We're still talking about Jake Paul today, 5 days later. And if you look at it, I mean, the Super Bowl has 200 million people come in and watch it. Jake Paul did 125 million. So there you go. It's not a fad and it's not a buzzword.
Yeah, so it may not be the standard really of the fight, but it's just the involvement. How do you get audiences to come and watch it? And also the diversity, really. You were talking about how there are more women who watch that fight.
Yeah, I think if you look at it, right, you know, what it did for boxing, and not just women's boxing, but boxing in general. These two women put on one of the best fights that I've seen in the last 10 years. And that is something that Jake Paul and his promotion company brought in. So maybe, you know, I watch combat sports, so I know what was going to happen with Tyson and Jake Paul anyway, so I didn't think it was going to be this tremendous fight that I was going to talk about forever. But the fight with the women was tremendous. So, you know, once again, sports and entertainment did something positive for boxing and Netflix and Tyson and Jake Paul. So it worked.
All right, Frankovich, thank you so much for taking the time out. We'll see you inside, sir.
See you inside.
There you go. So just look at the conversations and the variety of conversations that one can look forward to in this summit. Over to you, Kabir and Shweta.
Right, we have Mr. Rahul Bharti, Executive Director of Maruti Suzuki India with us. Rahul, great to have you with us here on the red carpet of the News9 Global Summit. Talk to us, what was it like when you first got that call saying, an Indian media house is hosting a summit at this scale, a global summit. What was your reaction?
Very proud of you, Krishna, and your entire team at TV9 for hosting a global summit. I believe the first of its time. And, increasingly the world is becoming an integrated stage as technology and as sustainability imperatives bring the world together. So it's great to be here, and thanks for inviting me.
Wonderful. So great to have you here, to have you come here in person. We are the iconic, Stuttgart, MHP Arena in Stuttgart. Stuttgart, the home of Porsche and Mercedes, iconic car brands. And you come from the most iconic car brand in India. So what is it like for somebody from Maruti to be here in the land of Mercedes and Porsche?
So I believe the entire automotive fraternity is one family working towards a common goal. Of course, we compete with each other, but for the good of the consumer and for the good of the environment and society and the economy. So, yes, it's the home of some very high technology companies, and it's exciting to be in their company.
Right, and you are going to be in some August company inside, and you have a session in which a playoff in which you're going to be a part of. Talk to us about the session and the message that you're looking to deliver with your session.
I think I'm particularly excited about some of the topics that you have chosen. They're quite strategic in nature. It's Make in India for the world. And in so many ways, India is now getting an opportunity to integrate with the global supply chain. We are ourselves planning to make an electric car in India and exporting to Europe, right in Germany and so many other countries. And we've already unveiled it very recently. And we would like to understand what the rest of the world is doing and to share our concepts on technology, on clean energy, on clean mobility, and sustainability.
Wonderful. That is Mr. Rahul Bharti there talking to us about what he's looking to discuss here at the News9 Global Summit. Thank you, Mr. Rahul Bharti, for being with us over here. I won't hold up any more of your time. Please carry on and with the proceedings here at the News9 Global Summit. So, guys, the biggest of names, the best of speakers here at the News9 Global Summit. I believe Meha is with some very special people, over there. I'm going to hand it back to you guys in the studio so you can go back to Meha again. Meha, all yours.
Thank you so much, Shweta. Yes, these are two gentlemen who've sort of envisioned this summit. This is their brainchild, and what an absolute brilliance that we're seeing here on the red carpet today. There are policymakers, there are, of course, top leaders, politicians who are here. There are thinkers from the sporting world as well. And so I have with me our MD of TV9 Network, Mr. Barun Das, who's here. And there is Rowan Kasper. VfB Stuttgart. I've been corrected now. It's not VfB. We're calling it VfB Stuttgart. And these are two men who've done this all. It's because of them that we're standing here, and this is already turning out to be such a huge success. Gentlemen, thank you so much for taking the time out here. Barun, I'm going to start with you. What is it that you were thinking about when all of this started? Let's just take it back to the first few days when you thought, hey, let's just do a summit now out of India.
Well, I had always wanted to spread our wings beyond India. Because as you know, that we are the largest news network by far in India now, so we don't have much to achieve in India. And at the same time, I feel that India misses a mouthpiece in the world. We are often seen ourselves at the receiving end of certain narratives which are not correct. So we need to have a very respectable news channel across for the world audience from India. So that's the starting point. Then this is the precursor. You go out, make your presence felt, do some meaningful thought-leading initiatives like that, and then use that as a springboard. So that's the whole idea about this summit. And Germany, if you say, I think this is the place I feel most comfortable after being in India. From the time I've come here, and I keep claiming with this gentleman that I'm more German than the Germans themselves are. There are yes.
Okay, Rowan. I am thrilled to be here. I tell you why, because I have done sports all my life, and what better way to really enjoy Germany than to be here at the MHP Arena, VfB Stuttgart's stadium. Tell us more about your partnership with TV9. When did you say, this is something we need to do to just get involved with the top channel in India?
So first of all, I'm very happy that you're thrilled, because it's very cold out here. And as I heard, many people who arrived said, oh my God, Germany is quite cold.
I'm getting used to it.
Okay, perfect. No, I think it is for both parties. It is very important that we have bilateral relationships, that we always stay in dialogue, especially in these days of global uncertainties. And at the end, everything is about people. And when this gentleman came to me a few months ago and told me about his idea. He found the right partner, because for building something up like that, you need to be a little bit crazy. In a positive way, you need a little bit crazy. And he told me about the idea. And we here in Stuttgart, we are used to welcome friends, to welcome businesses, because we are a city of innovation, of engineering, and the shareholders of our football club as well are Mercedes and Porsche. So they are based here, but they are doing their business, their friendships, their partnerships all over the world. And we all together have a strategy of international business, and India is a very meaningful and important part. And when this gentleman came with this idea, it would just fitted completely to us. And I think what we produced together, the spokespersons, the panelists, I think this is really special. But as you know, potentially us too, it's just the beginning.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hopefully this is the beginning, and you have a long way to go together.
Yes. About their coming together, you know. Actually, there's a lot of history which is there about the state Baden-Württemberg. It's called the land of togetherness. I think this was made with 3 provinces bringing together. And Ruben was just telling me that the brilliant logo that VfB has, it is being conceived by 2 competing brands, Mercedes and Porsche. They go out and compete in the market, but they came together across the table, and then they created the brand along with the club. So the whole purpose is about togetherness, and as I always say, that progress and development is not a zero-sum game. We all can grow together. That's the time that we live in.
Absolutely, this is nice. I didn't know of this, that Porsche and Mercedes got together, kept their rivalry aside, and said we can do this. I've got to ask you both though. You've been a part of this from the very beginning. You've sat in these meetings, long meetings, where we've discussed what should be the topics that we should really be focusing on. What is the one thing, Varun, that you're looking forward to over the 2 days? Of course, the third day being the game that everybody's looking forward to.
To be honest, you know what I'm looking forward. Obviously, there are brilliant sessions here, and the Honorable Prime Minister has kindly consented to deliver the keynote address. We've got 2 federal ministers from India coming all the way, Vaishnav ji and Sindhia ji. We have the Minister President of Baden-Württemberg, Winfried Kretschmann, coming in. We have a federal minister, Ostdemir, Mr. Cem Ostdemir, coming. So it's a galaxy of speakers, policymakers, political leaders, business persons coming all the way from India. But if you ask me, I'm looking forward to the post-event success party tomorrow evening.
I think you deserve it. You totally deserve it, because this is already turning out to be successful. We've had some wonderful interactions with, some of the top speakers who are going to be talking in this event. Ruben, what about you? I mean, of course, and the topics are diverse. I mean, there's sports, there's politics, there's sports diplomacy. So much to talk about. What is the one thing you think that you're going to be interested in the most?
So for me personally, the most interesting part is that I stand in front of interesting people and get inspired by the people. I think that's the main topic, because I love people and the interaction in between each other. And I think this gives all of us the power, the businesses, the politics. That's the most meaningful part for me. But for sure, I never heard a speech of your Prime Minister Modi there. The Germans I heard often, so I don't want to say that it's boring for me, but I think I get inspired from your Prime Minister and your federal ministers as well. And I hope that we also inspire all of you on Saturday during our match, which we will play here in the MHP Arena against Bochum, where also the whole delegation is invited. That's something where we also want to perform.
This is going to be an interesting one, because we've been showing Bundesliga matches on TV9 network on our various channels, and now we've partnered with VfB Stuttgart. So rivalries or loyalties here, we'd be wondering. So it's going to be with Stuttgart for sure. We can tell you that. But thank you so much.
Before I wind up, one last, I think you can take it as a common commitment from both of us, that I think we will come back next year bigger, much bigger. We would like to use this brilliant stadium that has got 60,000 people. We should put up a show there where we will have 60,000 people coming in and cheering. Thank you.
Yeah. Always. And Varun's mind's always working. He's already thinking of the next big event, and I'm sure it is going to be that. Yes, Ruben.
For him and for me, always today was yesterday. But I don't know if it's the right time to talk about that. We haven't published yet our spot for Saturday, but Barun will also take the position of our striker. But if he does not shoot 2 goals, then we kick him out again.
Barun, are you ready?
Yeah. I just have to start putting on my boots once again after 30 years.
I'm surely looking forward to this, but what a partnership this has been. We talk about the Indo-German partnership. This is a start of something special here that you're seeing, and we're already talking about this being bigger, better, larger than life next year, and hopefully it'll be that way. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining here. Please do. That's it from us. Back to the studios. Guys, over to you.
Right, thank you, Shweta. I have some couple of very special gentlemen. We have Mr. Stefan Halusa, Director General of the Indo-German Chamber of Commerce. All right, gentlemen, thank you. We have Mr. Stefan Halusa, Director General of Indo-German Chamber of Commerce, and Mr. Ajit Isaac, founder of QuestCorp. Thank you, gentlemen, for taking time out to be with us. I'm going to quickly ask Stefan, what a time it is for News9 Global Summit Germany edition, at a time when Indo-German collaboration is reaching new peaks at a governmental level.
No, it's a perfect time. We just had the Asia Pacific conference 4 weeks back in Delhi, and I think it's a great continuation of the event, and great to be here and to be part of it.
Right. And Mr. Ajit Isaac, you have you've done some extensive work as far as the workforce is concerned. What was it like? What is it like for you to be a part of an Indian media summit held at this scale at a global level in Germany?
Well, I'm delighted to be here as part of the summit. Any relationship between countries needs multiple tracks, and one track in that is people, migration and employment. And Quest is an integrated part of it, the employment landscape in India being the largest one there, and we think there's lots to do with Germany. It's a fantastic country to associate with. We're looking forward to the opportunities here.
Fantastic. And this entire skill building is a very important part of the win-win that we're trying to strike between India and Germany, isn't it? The number of visas for skilled workers have been increased by the German government by 4 times now, roughly. So in that sense, this human-to-human exchange is as much a part of the India-Germany ties as much as anything else.
Oh, absolutely, and this is exactly what we as a chamber are focusing on. We're bringing together the companies, we're bringing together the people, and this is what it should be, because at the end of the day, we want to develop new products, we want to be innovative, and it's the people who do it, so bringing them together, skilling them, training them in both places, that's one of the most important topics that we're dealing with.
It's absolutely right, isn't it? It's a win-win for both Germany and India.
Absolutely. I think at the top of the pyramid is when the government creates policy and an environment to facilitate all of these things, and which I think is happening. And then at the other level is awareness and the narrative being built around the opportunity that's being built, and that's where I think this summit will help. And at the bottom is execution, where corporations like us have to step up. So I think the pyramid is slowly getting built, and it's great to see it working at various levels.
The only thing I have to ask you is that what was it like when you were told that an Indian media house is doing something like this? What was your instant reaction? What was your first thoughts?
I was surprised, but then of course I was very happy that the first summit is in Germany, because again that helps us to build the bridges, and there's a strong focus now on the political side, government side, as well as the industry side and the companies. So again, I couldn't be happier to have it here today.
And we could be happier to have you here with us, Mr. Stefan Halusa and Mr. Ajit Isaac. As you can see, these are the kind of dialogues, the win-wins we're trying to build here with the News9 Global Summit. I'm going to, hand it back to you guys in the studio. All yours.
ये दिल्ली है मेरे यार, बस इश्क मोहब्बत और प्यार.
Which I have Florian Hassler, the State Secretary for Political Coordination and Europe in Baden-Württemberg. He's opened the state for us, guys. I mean, this. Thank you, sir, first of all, for doing this, for, making sure that the dream that Barun had, of hosting a summit like this at this magnitude here in Stuttgart, it has been, in a way, it has been facilitated by you. So thank you. Tell us, sir, what is it that you're looking forward to? What do you think this means in terms of, what we're trying to do with Indo-German relations?
No, first of all, welcome to Stuttgart. Welcome to the state of Baden-Württemberg. We are so excited having this summit first time outside of India and then here in Stuttgart. And I think Stuttgart is the perfect location because our state of Baden-Württemberg is the powerhouse of Europe. It's the powerhouse of Germany. We have a big industry here. And we're looking very much to strengthen our relation to India. I mean, we have regional partnerships to Maharashtra, for example, to Pune. But now we are very happy to improve these partnerships and especially, our economic trade values.
You talked about your special relationship with Maharashtra. Tell us a little bit more about that because, that's something that will also be a topic of discussion in this summit.
Yeah. No, it's like a long-term standing partnership between Baden-Württemberg and Maharashtra. So, it starts with exchange from students. It starts with a lot of exchange of our companies. And also in the last year, on both ways, a lot of, skilled working experience exchange. So I think for us it's very useful to have this partnership. We had our Prime Minister in India just 2 years ago, of course, in Maharashtra. And one time of the year there's a big wine fest in Maharashtra, which is kind of like to bring our cultural exchange, cultural experience to India.
I've also going to ask you, Indo-German relationships, this has really been the focus in the last year or so. We've got 2 union ministers coming and they're part of this summit. So there are going to be politicians, there are going to be policymakers, there are going to be market leaders, corporate honchos. There are going to be people from the world of sports as well. So this is really a very diverse summit where you've got people from all walks of life, which is another thing that I feel makes it special. What do you make of that we've got all these people together here?
No, I think this is the perfect match. Also here in Stuttgart in this wonderful stadium, and I know there will be signed also a partnership between the team of VfB Stuttgart and the team from India. So I think cooperation, it's not only about politics, not only about economies, it's also about culture, about sport, about music, about arts. And I think this is a good opportunity to bring together, India and Germany in different ways.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hassler, for taking the time out, and we'll see you inside, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, there you have it, Mr. Hassler. He is, he's the one who's really sort of opened up the state of Baden-Württemberg for us. It was wonderful to have him. We are going to just toss it back to the studio, but I have more guests who are coming in, so please do come right back. Kabir and Shweta. I have with me Arpita Chatterjee. She's a woman who wears many hats. She's a director of Studio 9, but what I'm looking forward to is what she's going to do here, which is there's going to be a solo performance. So a theatre artist, she's an actress, Arpita. A solo performance is one thing, but to be able to do it for an hour and a half or something where you're going to be singing in different languages, acting, tell us more about what one can expect.
I'm really excited to be here. I'm sure that this TV9 network is creating a historical moment in media industry, in Indian media industry for sure. And I'm really privileged to be part of this grand endeavor of TV9. Yes, my name is Jan. That's the play. It's a musical solo play. It is based on the life of Gauhar Jan, the first gramophone voice of India. In that play I act, I dance, I sing, I do everything. But here I'm also performing tomorrow. But that's not the full play. That's all the songs I'm going to sing and a little bit of performance. So you can say that it is a rendition of the musical part precisely.
Can I tell you something? I have heard rave reviews about My Name is Jan. I heard Mr. Anupam Kher talk about it. He'd gone to watch it in Mumbai and he said it was fantastic. That's the other thing, the focus, the concentration one requires to be able to do this. It's exhausting. I can't imagine what this must take. I've heard your clips of you singing where you've trained for this performance. What has gone into it?
It was very challenging. Still it is challenging. Every time when I perform on the stage, before that, I think that I don't know whether I'd be able to do that, because the way I said, first challenge is there are no actors, it's only me. Second is all together acting, dancing and singing. And this singing is Indian classical music. It's not light-hearted, easygoing stuff. So put all together, it's really difficult. So every time I just pray to God that इस बार के लिए please save कर दो.
Okay, I'm not going to keep you here longer. I know it's freezing, but quickly, Germany and the summit. I mean, we've been talking about it, building up to it on the red carpet. Other than the performance, of course, that we're looking forward to, what is it that you're looking forward to?
The way I said at the beginning, that it is a history that TV9 is making. And two countries like India and Germany, it's a bilateral aspect that they are bringing into not only to India but globally. So I wish my best wishes, I wish all the best and congratulations to this network, to our MD and everybody, the entire team, to make this event so successful. Thank you so much.
Arpita Chatterjee, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. We're looking forward to your performance, and hopefully this time you won't have to pray. We're also going to be praying with you, saying, Bhagwan, ye wala acha karna. Thanks, Arpita. There you go. I'll see you inside. All right. With that, I'm just going to toss it back and we'll come right back. There are more guests. There are, people that I want everybody to hear from. So come right back.
Will it change the shape of American foreign policy? Security should put fear of God in those who have taken Manipur for granted.
Fact without fiction.
Our DNA has been reset to take the next big leap.
It's being done by the people who are staying there.
Exactly. Just because they are tribals, everyone does it.
Why is India giving the Pinaka such stepmotherly treatment?
Take a look at this, ladies and gentlemen. Russia has assembled.
For India, expects.
Canada is back.
Try and look at the sources.
And it also sends a message.
We have reached the first village of India.
We have made content out of news. I would not call it a change. I would call it metamorphosis.
If your parents had heart disease, the children will have double the chance.
I, as a Nepali, could thrive in India.
They are spiritually connected with the Indian subcontinent.
Kids want to see sixes hit, things happen rapidly. To be able to spend time with people who were almost like family. These are where all the legends are.
Large sums of wealth are taken from the defeated city by force at the point of abandonment.
Just imagine a child who is bullied every day.
You can understand the trauma of a person who's trapped in a wrong point.
I am Deep Kalra.
Sakshi Vij.
Prashant Tandon.
Deep Bajaj.
Kanika Tekriwal.
Pramod Bhasi. And this is my art of winning.
This is your time. You will make it for us. A winner is first born in their mind.
Will love.
There is a reasonably good chance for India to emerge as a Vishwa Guru.
Reforms that it has carried out will pay it rich dividend in the coming years.
Like what you just saw?
That's right. I have here with me Mr. B.C. Tripathi, Vice Chairman of AM Green, who are the main sponsors for the News9 Global Summit. Mr. Tripathi, thank you so much for being with us. Thank you so much for being a part of this summit. Talk to us, what was it like when you first got that call saying that an Indian media house, TV9 Network, is holding this News9 Global Summit in Germany?
Well, definitely it was an excitement that Germany, which is going to be one of the big partner with the AM Green, in terms of bringing this whole green revolution, green industrial revolution, where we are trying to decarbonize the heavy to heavy sectors. And Germany is one of the main important partner with us, with a lot of players like Uniper, RWE, BASF. We are trying to create some kind of a relationship where on one side there's going to be a technological partnership, on the other side there could be a enabling role to decarbonize the industrial sector here in Germany by exporting the green molecule from India to Germany. So that's how it really is quite exciting to be here in Germany and to be with the players who are going to be big partner with us in this whole industrial decarbonization journey.
And the theme of the summit is India and Germany, a roadmap for sustainable growth. Sustainability is at the core of this News9 Global Summit.
So if you look at the Greenco in the initial stage, Greenco is trying to provide a platform where you want to integrate more and more renewable energy on demand and is trying to improve the quality of renewable power. Having done that, the large projects on the energy storages are being executed now, and going 2030 we want to reach to 100 gigawatt hour kind of industrial scale energy storage, which is one of its kind in the world. Now next, the AM Green platform is basically going to focus on how do you produce green molecules starting from hydrogen, ammonia, methanol, sustainable aviation fuel. All around this green molecule story will be developed now with the AM Green. And we are going to set up one of the largest ammonia production platform with 5 million tons of ammonia, green ammonia production across in different states in India. And then we are trying to integrate that with the industrial decarbonization here in OECD countries, in Europe, and in particularly in Germany. So that's where we are going to see a great relationship going forward from now onward up to 2030.
Right, a great relationship for which we're setting the stage here at the News9 Global Summit Germany edition. Mr. B.C. Tripathi, it's a pleasure, it's a joy, it's a privilege to have you over here. And of course, AM Green and Greenco with us on the News9 Global Summit. I won't hold up any more of your time. Please, thank you.
Pleasure to be here.
Thank you so much, sir. Please carry on. As you can see, some of the biggest names, and we have more. We have Mr. Harshul Asnani as well with us. Mr. Harshul Asnani, stay with us. Come here, please. The red carpet is getting crowded out. Talk to us, sir. What is it like being part of an Indian Global Media Summit at this scale in Germany?
No, I'm really excited to be part of first of its kind summit. And thanks to TV9 for organizing a wonderful event. I just looked at the agenda, just love the diverse topics that are going to be discussed between and the partnership between India and Germany. And I'm also looking forward to 2 days of deliberations and panel discussions and presentations, and particularly my session tomorrow, where I'm going to be talking about AI and what AI really means and its impact on enterprises and societies, and I'm really looking forward to it.
And how often do you see such discussions from everything from sustainability to artificial intelligence to sport to culture being part of one summit?
No, it is definitely a very whole-brained agenda. As I said, very diverse agenda, and it comes at the right time. It comes at a time where India is ready to scale. India is being recognized at the global stage. India is getting closer to Europe and particularly very close to Germany. And I think this just makes tremendous sense to have a conference like this at multiple levels. It's not just about economy, it's about culture, it's about sports, it's about the future of AI and everything that's relevant for growth of these two countries together.
Everything for the growth of these two countries together, the ties that bind India and Germany. I won't hold you up any long. Thank you so much for being with us. Please continue with the day. We are just minutes away from the kickoff of the News9 Global Summit, waiting for two senior Indian ministers set to join us.
The beauty of Mother Nature is cherished by
Thank you, Kabir and Shweta. I have Suzanne Burnett with me here. And quickly, before we go to any further, we have Minister Ashwini Vaishnav also just coming up. Suzanne, quickly talk to us. What is it like being part of News9 Global Summit?
आई एम सो एक्साइटेड. बहुत आश्चर्य की बात हुई कि मैं यहाँ हूँ, बहुत खुशी की बात हूँ और आप लोगों का आपका स्वागत मेरे देश में.
Namaste Germany, Guten Tag India, that's what we're calling it. Suzanne, thank you so much for being with us here. The red carpet is heating up. We have Minister Ashwini Vaishnav just coming inside. We're going to kick off News9 Global Summit in minutes from now. For now, handing it back to the studio. Shweta, for that, none other than Union Minister Mr. Ashwini Vaishnav with us here in Stuttgart in Germany for the News9 Global Summit. Sir, thank you so much. You're a very busy man. Thank you so much for taking time out to be with us. I've been asking everybody this, and I have to ask you this. What is it like when you were told that, it's going to be a global summit but by an Indian media organization in Germany? What were the first thoughts in your head?
Very much in tune with the way our country is growing, and TV9 has done a very good job by creating this global event.
And sir, you are going to be delivering a ministerial address over here. The theme of the summit is India and Germany, a sustainable roadmap for growth. It is coming on the heels of India-Germany ties being taken to the next level by Prime Minister Modi.
Certainly, yes. There are so many points where the interests of both the countries converge. We have shared values, and I'm sure this will be a very good journey ahead.
And in fact, all the ministerial portfolios you hold have great synergies with Germany, doesn't it?
Yes, of course. Today I visited the Operation Control Center of Deutsche Bahn and traveled by the train. I think there are many things in terms of semiconductor manufacturing. We had very good discussions with Infineon. So there are a lot more things that we can do together.
Right. And sustainability is at the core of it all, isn't it?
It is, of course. And good thing is that India has close to 45% of its power generation capacity from green sources, and that's the way the world is moving.
And also the people-to-people connect between India and Germany, because you just seen the number of skilled worker visas being tripled to made 4 times.
Yeah. Recently we had the intergovernmental consultations, and one of the major outcomes is skill and talent. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I won't hold you up any longer. That is no less than the Union Minister, Mr. Ashwini Vaishnav, right here at the News9 Global Summit, which is set to kick off minutes from now. Handing it back to you guys in the studio.
Take up a task depending on your luck. You talk of Indian cuisine and you think of kebabs. And you think of Indian kebabs and you think of gur tikka masala.
There is art, there is culture.
Honestly, I'm in love with this place.
I'm Natansha Volna and I travel for a living.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, put on your aprons and grab your popcorn. I'm Chef Kunal Kapoor, और हाँ, मैं हूँ फिल्मी. I'm excited to bring you the most masaledar cuisine inspired by our favorite chatpati Bollywood movies.
ये दिल्ली है मेरे यार, बस इश्क मोहब्बत और प्यार.
The beauty of Mother Nature is cherished by one and all, yesterday, today and tomorrow, here, there and everywhere. To preserve this beauty, collective efforts are required to reduce carbon emissions. We are contributing our bit by changing the way we make steel. Kalyani Foresta, steel for a greener planet.
In Stuttgart, where vision meets momentum, visionaries and game changers converge. The News9 Global Summit, where ideas shape tomorrow. Driving this momentum, a leader transforming pathways, building a modern rail network for tomorrow, empowering India's digital revolution, connecting 1 billion voices, charting a roadmap for India and Germany, bridging industries, nations and possibilities.
Ministerial address.
Just give us 1 minute.
No problem. Where's Barun? Barun is here.
Progress. News9 Global Summit.
Thank you, guys. We have none other than Mr. Sanjay Nair, who is the president of ASSOCHAM, with us over here. Sanjay, talk to us. What is it like being here, being on the red carpet of the News9 Global Summit?
Well, I think it feels exciting. It is very, very cold. But yeah, I think it's a fantastic initiative what you guys are trying to pull together between India, Germany. You know, I'm sure there will be exciting sessions. I'm looking forward to active participation. And I think, you know, we both countries, and I would say the two continents, we sort of need each other as well.
And what a time to have a global summit in Germany. India-Germany ties are moving from strength to strength. You had no less than Mr. Olaf Scholz arriving in India just a month ago. And now we have the News9 Global Summit Germany edition. And the range of issues in which India and Germany can cooperate, from sustainability to artificial intelligence to people connect, so much.
I think that's right. I mean, I was just reading up a little bit. I think this economy will be short of talent and people, just for the aging population. And what better, I would say, factory of intelligent, well-qualified engineers and healthcare people than coming from India. So I think that is one big add we can give Germany. But I think, you know, India needs both capital and technology. I mean, let's face it, to get to the Viksit Bharat thing, it's not just going to happen. You need a lot of technology, you need a lot of capital. And frankly, there's no better place than Germany to give that to us, right? Also, manufacturing. The number of companies here whose supply chain could be located in India. The SMEs here are not SMEs like we define them. And I was just in Switzerland, and if you look at the SMEs there, $250 million in size, $500 million, want to locate to India, want to manufacture in India.
Not really small and medium, is it?
Yeah, and you know, and they want to manufacture in India, and for the world. So I think it's a fantastic idea if we get this right. And I am assuming News9 Global Summit is a good way to get this started.
Absolutely, couldn't agree more with you. We're just happy to have you over here. Hope you have a wonderful session over here and, meet all the wonderful people over here. I won't hold you up any longer, Ms. Sanjay Nair. Please carry on. As you can see, please, sir, please carry on. You can carry on. As you can see, the number of dignitaries walking in is just going up by the minute. We're just minutes away from Union Minister Jyotiraditya Scindia, who's just reaching over here. We'll be getting him as well from the red carpet before we kick off the News9 Global Summit. Back to you guys in the studio. That's right. Right, thank you guys. Look at the gentleman I have with me, the MD and CEO of TV9 Network and Union Minister Jyotiraditya Scindia in flesh and blood, in person, right here at the News9 Global Summit. Sir, it's wonderful to have you here in person. All I have to ask you is this: when you were told that an Indian media organization is holding this global summit at this scale in Germany, what were the first thoughts in your head?
It was a great sense of pride. It was a sense of India reaching outward to the whole world, and I'd like to congratulate TV9 in terms of this wonderful endeavor. And I think this is the beginning of a landmark series of conferences that TV9 should hold across the world.
And with the man whose brainchild this summit is.
Encapsulated it all.
No, but I must tell you his first reaction when I briefed him about the program. His first reaction: call his office, block the date. You remember that?
That's right. That's right. And I think that's extremely important, because it is through endeavors like this that we reach out not only to the world, but most importantly to the Pravasi Bharatiyas who are actually making India proud, 25 million of us across the world.
World's largest democracy, Europe's biggest economy, coming together right here on News9's platform, isn't it?
Wish you all the best, and I'm sure it'll be a resounding success.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, Barun, for being with us. I don't want to hold you gentlemen up anymore. We're just minutes away from the kickoff of the News9 Global Summit. Requesting both you gentlemen to go there. And with that, it's a wrap here from the red carpet. Back to you guys in the studio. We'll see you with the inauguration of the News9 Global Summit.
MBSIR, DMIC, High Speed Rail, and PCPIR. Gujarat's mega projects showcase its unwavering commitment to pioneering purpose-built infrastructure to enable 24/7 growth. With future-ready infrastructure, Gujarat has positioned itself as a premier investment hub.
Viksit Bharat, Viksit Gujarat.
Kumaraswamy will be meeting President Ramnath Kovind at Rashtrapati Bhavan today.
So that he gives
3, 2, 1, fire.
भारत भविष्य की योजनाओं में भी तेजी से आगे बढ़ रहा है.
The chief architect of a new India.
What does India want? Unbiased and straight to the point.
Find out what went wrong.
It's not the fiefdom of politicians. They owe it to the people.
We made history for a reason tonight.
Will it change the shape of American foreign policy? Security should put fear of God in those who have taken Manipur for granted.
Fact without fiction.
Our DNA has been reset to take the next big leap.
It's being done by the people who are staying there.
Exactly. Just because they are tribals, everyone does it.
Why is India giving the Pinaka such stepmotherly treatment?
Take a look at this, ladies and gentlemen. Russia has assembled a large force of 50,000 soldiers.
We want diplomacy and not weapons.
For India, expects
Canada is back.
Try and look at the sources.
And it also sends a message.
We have reached the first village of India.
We have made content out of news. I would not call it a change. I would call it metamorphosis.
If your parents had heart disease, the children will have double the chance.
I, as a Nepali, could thrive in India.
They are spiritually connected with the Indian subcontinent.
Kids want to see sixes hit, things happen rapidly.
To be able to spend time with people who were almost like family is where all the legends are.
Large sums of wealth are taken from the defeated city by force at the point of a bayonet.
Just imagine a child who is bullied every day.
You can understand the trauma of a person who's trapped in a wrong point.
I am Deep Kalra.
Sakshi Vij,
Prashant Tandon,
Deep Bajaj.
Kanika Tekriwal,
Pramod Bhasi.
And this
is my art of winning.
This is your time. You will make it for us. A winner is first born in their mind.
We all deserve what we get.
I enjoyed conversations like this.
It was a very knowledgeable conversation.
This is a very new format.
Question and answer.
It was most certainly a duologue, not just a dialogue.
I hope you all like it too.
You will love.
All right then, Namaste Germany, Guten Tag India, a very warm welcome to the summit of all summits, the News9 Global Summit.
Yes, it's our pleasure and privilege to host this edition of the News9 Global Summit in Germany, presented by AM Green and Greenco, co-hosted by VfB Stuttgart, supported by the state of Baden-Württemberg, co-powered by Kalyani Ferrista and Tech Mahindra. This is a TV9 initiative, and how brilliant is this turning out to be?
Oh, absolutely, Meha. It's fantastic. It's a mega thought fest that's set to witness the confluence of the most influential thought leaders from India and Germany.
Yes, Germany, Europe's largest economy and a strategic partner in the region for India, is the first destination for TV9's News9 Global Summit, a first of its kind hosted by any news media company.
That's right, Meha. And we begin this August gathering of people with the national anthem. And we begin with the host nation's national anthem, the German national anthem. I'm going to request all the German dignitaries to please come on stage and get this underway. Requesting all German dignitaries to please come on stage so that we can begin the proceedings with the German national anthem. We're requesting all of you to please come on stage. And we have this national anthem happening across 3 locations at the MHP Arena in Stuttgart. There you go. Thank you, Deutschland, for being with us for that. And it's time with that for the Indian national anthem, requesting all Indian dignitaries assembled over here to please take the stage.
जन मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंधु गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्छल जलधि तरंगा तब शुभ नामे जागे तब शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तब जय गाथा जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे।
All right. Please kindly settle down so that we can get the proceedings started.
That's right, man. It's been a rousing start to this News9 Global Summit, isn't it?
Yes, the theme of this summit is India and Germany, a roadmap for sustainable growth, and it will host a wide spectrum of leaders, from powerful figures in the realm of politics to iconic corporate leaders in business to leaders from the world of sports and football in particular.
I mean, of course, yeah, why not?
When in Rome.
When in Rome, yeah. But after all, at the iconic MHP Arena in Stuttgart, we are at the iconic MHP Arena in Stuttgart, a news summit at the home of football in the state of Baden-Württemberg in Germany. This is a landmark platform, and it will bring together all of them, people from all walks of life, from politics to business to sports and even entertainment. This is a one-of-a-kind summit. Let's say that at the outset of it, isn't it, Timmy?
Oh, absolutely. We're calling it the summit of all summits because what could be better than all of us sitting here at the iconic MHP Arena in Stuttgart, the heart of innovation, as we've been saying, and to get a summit of this magnitude on, here in Germany. We've never seen that happen. No other media house has done it. And TV9, India's largest media house, managed to pull this off. So yes, hats off to everybody who was involved in this. And of course, this is a beginning really of this Indo-German partnership for us. And hopefully this just gets bigger and better as we go along.
Right, we're just beginning. We have the august presence of some of the most senior ministers from Germany and India. We have Union Minister Ashwini Vaishnav with us, ladies and gentlemen. We have Union Minister from India, Jyotiraditya Scindia, with us over here. Big round of applause to two senior Indian ministers for taking time out to be with us over here at the News9 Global Summit, the summit of all summits. As we've been telling you, India's largest news network, holding India's biggest media summit on foreign soil. As people take their seats and settle down, we are getting this summit underway. And, it is a moment like no other, Meha, because usually these things happen at very staid, straight-jacketed, events kind of stuff. This is nothing like that, is it?
Yeah, I think what stands out over the next 3 days would be the diverse conversations, dialogues that we will have with each other. We've got some very interesting panels for you. I mean, from sports to politics. There's one that I'm particularly excited about, sports diplomacy, and how sports and entertainment can be used as a soft power. There's, of course, then India's growth as a footballing nation, in Stuttgart. That's the best for, football and Germany, so closely linked with football being, religion for the Germans, just like cricket is for India. So a lot to look forward to, really.
A lot to look forward to. And sustainability is the core of it all. And it is a 3-day summit that also has a one-of-a-kind cultural Indian performance. We'll not tell you more about it. It is kicking off today, this 3-day summit, here with the inaugural, as we're calling it. And this summit will end with a kickoff, literally, on Saturday, the 23rd of November, right here at the MHP Arena in Stuttgart, as 4FB Stuttgart face off against 4FL Bochum, isn't it?
Yes, the crowning moment, though, of the summit will be the summit keynote address delivered by none other than the Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi himself. That's tomorrow on Friday, the 22nd of November at 4:30 p.m. Stuttgart time and 9 p.m. India time.
That's right. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is the News9 Global Summit. That's right. That is a snapshot of what the summit is all about with, of course, as Meha was talking about, the summit keynote address by none other than the Prime Minister of India himself, Shri Narendra Modi. Even as we await that summit keynote address by PM Modi, we have some senior Indian ministers amongst us who will be delivering their ministerial addresses. Union Minister for Railways, Information and Broadcasting and Electronics and IT, Mr. Ashwini Vaishnav, and Union Minister for Communications and Development of Northeast Region, Mr. Jyotiraditya Scindia. And from Germany, we have Minister President of Baden-Württemberg, Mr. Winfried Kretschmann, and the State Secretary for Political Coordination and Europe in Baden-Württemberg, Mr. Florian Hassler.
Yes, this summit begins with the inaugural today, featuring insightful conversations. There are going to be panel discussions, and since it's all happening at an iconic football stadium, it's only fair we're connecting it with the beautiful game. So we have playoffs, coach speaks, and of course, the golden ball address by India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
That's right, the coach speak, playoffs, we even have the opening whistle as well. We'll get to that. That's day one. We're talking about match day 2, as we're calling it, day 2 of the summit, will be a day-long summit with keynote addresses by policymakers, insightful conversations with leaders, breakaway meetings, and it will also feature some cultural bonanza, and it will end with an awards night where we will honor icons from across different walks of life with the Global Icon Awards, and as well as we'll be honoring stalwarts from the auto industry in our Auto Owners segment as well. Of course, we are in Stuttgart. How can we not honor the auto stalwarts?
After the awards, we'll be hosting cocktails and dinners at the Porsche Tunnel Club. And finally, on match day 3, this is the one all of us are looking forward to, isn't it? It's the summit will culminate with a football match. It's going to be a 3-day-long celebration of the ties that bind India and Germany, that too in Stuttgart, Germany's beating heart of innovation.
That's right, Germany's beating heart of innovation. And this first of its kind summit too is a product of innovation. After all, which summit has everything from intense dialogues to an intense football match? An innovation engineered by the man at the helm of the TV9 network.
Yes, it's time to kick off proceedings for the evening by blowing the opening whistle. And for that, we invite up on stage the man who envisioned this summit, the man whose brainchild this summit is, the managing director of the TV9 network, Mr. Varun Das.
Thank you, Meha. Thank you, Krishna. Namaste, Germany. Guten Abend, India. Thank you, Germany, for inviting TV9 Network, the largest news network of the largest democracy of the world, to Stuttgart, the wonderful city of precision and perfection. For me and the entire TV9 network and our co-host, VfB Stuttgart, it is a historic moment. Life is a great journey. I have often said to my family and friends that if I have to settle down to live in any other country other than India, Germany it would be. It is perhaps not without reasons. I come from the land of Nobel laureate Rabindranath Tagore, a household name in Germany. Tagore visited Germany in 1921, 26, and 1930. Martin Kemptschmann, a German author who has translated Tagore's work, puts the scholar in context. To quote Mr. Kemptschmann, wherever he spoke, the halls were packed. The newspapers reported scuffles and regular fights by people who were refused entry. The local media hailed the Indian poet as a wise man from the East and a mystic and a messiah. Now that was a century ago. As serendipity would have it, here I'm standing before you to welcome you all to the first ever news media summit of this scale at a global venue. And Stuttgart, Germany, it is. What a great feeling to be in the capital of innovation, to engineer a new media template, to foster growth and contribute to bilateral ties. Singing together the national anthems of Germany and India is a moment that I'll cherish forever. Besides the Tego Connect, I'm also amazed at the language bond between Sanskrit, India's oldest language, and German, and Henrik Roth, the first ever German who mastered Sanskrit, traveled to India and got mesmerized with the mysteries of Indian culture. Friedrich Schlegel and August Schlegel were Indologists who deeply researched the intricacies behind the fascinating language of Sanskrit. Now, Sanskrit is being taught in all the top universities in Germany. It is such a core DNA match that binds India and Germany like no one else. I'm happy to share that we have an exemplary lineup of thought leaders discussing the roadmap for a new axis between Germany and India at the News9 Global Summit. I'm extremely grateful to the Honorable Union Minister, Mr. Ashwini Vaishnav, Minister of Railways, Information and Broadcasting and Technology, and Sri Jyotiraditya Scindia ji, Minister for Telecom and Development of Northeastern Region, for flying in all the way from India to be with us on this important occasion. We are also privileged that two senior policy makers from Germany, Federal Minister Mr. Cem Özdemir and Minister President Mr. Wilfried Christ, will join over the next 24 hours to share their visions with us. Of course, the biggest high point of this summit is a keynote address by Honorable Prime Minister Mr. Narendra Modi tomorrow evening. I'm grateful to our German partners, co-host VfB, and the support of State of Baden-Württemberg for making this happen. Ruven, my friend, has been a great partnership. Mr. Hassler, First Secretary of Baden-Württemberg, we look forward to hearing you later this evening. We are also privileged to have some of the prestigious German institutions partnering us, namely DFB Pokal and Bundesliga. Peter, thank you very much. We have an exciting evening ahead of us, starting with addresses of our Honorable Ministers, Sri Vaishnav ji and Sri Scindia ji. And Danke, Namaskar, let's kick off.
All right, thank you, Mr. Barun Das, for that address. Your words have just set the right tone for the summit, isn't it, Meha?
Yes. Now please join me in inviting Mr. Ruven Kasper, Chief Marketing and Sales Officer and Board Member of VfB Stuttgart, to deliver the welcome address. India, Germany, business and beyond. Mr. Kasper, the stage is yours, sir.
Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Namaste, ladies and gentlemen, our honored guests, our Excellency Minister Scindia, our Excellency Minister Vaishnav, my dear friend Barun Das, my dear friend Florian Hassler, and esteemed partners from India and Germany. Welcome to Baden-Württemberg, welcome at VfB Stuttgart, and welcome at the News9 Global Summit. It is both an honor and a privilege to stand in front of you today at this remarkable Indo-German summit, here in wonderful Stuttgart, a city renowned for the innovation and engineering and, of course, the big passion for football. At the outset, let me warmly welcome you all at the MHP Arena, home of our football club VfB Stuttgart. While this space is normally filled with the energy of over 60,000 fans every match day, the next 2 days it hosts something equally dynamic. The shared aspirations and ambitions of two nations whose collaboration holds boundless potential. And therefore, the right people are here today, tomorrow, and on Saturday. The theme, India-Germany, business and beyond, could not be more timely of relevance than these days of geopolitical uncertainties. Over the years, India and Germany have built an enduring partnership that extends far beyond trade. It's a relationship rooted on shared values: innovation, sustainability, development for society, and the desire to make a meaningful global impact. From Berlin to Delhi and from Stuttgart to Mumbai, our businesses and institutions are crafting solutions that define and are important for the future. Be it through groundbreaking advancements in green technology, the ever-expanding digital landscape, and endless potential of AI, next level of manufacturing and trade business, or the collaboration in sports and culture. We are proving that the fusion of Indian ingenuity and German precision creates a partnership like no other. As board member and chief marketing officer of VfB Stuttgart, I have witnessed firsthand how collaboration is not just about transactions and ideas. It is about relationships and people. Many people will ask themselves why we as a football club engage so deeply into a global summit and bilateral relations with India. The answer is because we are more than just a football club. We are a strong platform, bringing networks together and being an engine for culture and business for the region and beyond. And because we know how strong sports can build bridges between people, states, and businesses. That football, much like business, goes beyond borders. It brings together people of diverse cultures, unites them with shared goals, and fosters a sense of community. Similarly, the Indo-German partnership is not just about profit margins. It's about progress that uplifts societies on both sides. And because in Stuttgart, we believe in India and the potential of the Indo-German relationship. The next 2 days, as we engage in meaningful dialogue, I encourage all of us to think beyond industries, beyond innovation, beyond religious and cultural borders. Let us explore how we can together weave deeper bonds that touch education, R&D, sustainability, and cultural exchange. Because our true success will be measured not just in economic milestones, but in the bridge we build between people. In closing, I extend my deepest gratitude to the organizers, especially Barun Das from TV9, and my dear friend Florian Hassler, Secretary of the State, to all leaders, visionaries, sponsors, and partners who have made this summit together with us possible. Together, let us chart a future that celebrates our shared strength and seizes the immense opportunity that lie ahead of us. Thank you very much for coming to Stuttgart, and welcome once again to our wonderful MHP Arena. Let us make this summit a testament of the power of collaboration and a brighter future. Vielen Dank, Dan Yavat, and thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Kasper, for that, for sharing your vision. It's a time now to invite Mr. Florian Hassler, the State Secretary for Political Coordination in Europe in the state of Baden-Württemberg, who will deliver the state welcome address. Mr. Hassler, we can't wait to hear your thoughts. All yours.
From Stuttgart, Excellencies, Honorable Minister Vaishnav, Honorable Minister Sindhya, Ambassador Gupte, Consul General Sinha, dear Mr. Baron Das and Mr. Ruben Kasper, thank you so much for bringing this flagship event to Stuttgart. A very warm welcome in these cold days to all corporate and business leaders from India and Germany, dear members of the press, ladies and gentlemen. What a great pleasure to attend the first ever News9 Global Summit held outside of India. We feel honored that you have chosen the state of Baden-Württemberg as the venue for this event. And as one of Germany's economic strongholds, we are very pleased to host you today. A warm welcome to Baden-Württemberg, a warm welcome to Stuttgart. The MHP Arena here in Stuttgart, home to our famous football club VfB Stuttgart, is the perfect location for this summit. As the State Secretary for Political Coordination, European and International Affairs, I of course follow the international activities of VfB Stuttgart pretty closely. As you can imagine, as a die-hard VfB Stuttgart fan, not only the business activities, but also the international activities on the football pitch. We are so happy that Champions League football is back in Stuttgart again. This is a great occasion for this club and for our state. And legendary football world champion Bobby Charlton stated, "The best football teams are built on trust and on a shared vision." Indeed, trust and a shared vision are essential for a winning team in football, as in business, as in politics. And India and Germany make a winning team. We are friends. We share long-standing and strong strategic and economic partnership. The German-Indian government consultations in Delhi some weeks ago boost this partnership. Our shared ties are further reflected in the growing number of Indians living in Germany. 4 times more Indians live in Germany than only 1 decade ago. But why, ladies and gentlemen, is Baden-Württemberg and VfB Stuttgart such a perfect location for this summit? And there's one reason, not the only reason, but one reason is football is in our hearts. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, football was founded in the UK. But we in Baden-Württemberg did what we do best. We tinkered and improved it on a daily basis. There is no other region in the world where so many groundbreaking innovations were made in the past. Think of cars. Think of bikes. Think of dolls or teddy bears, and many more things that have improved all our lives. And in Baden-Württemberg, we also have been very creative in football-related issues. Or, ladies and gentlemen, can you imagine the game we all love without the gloves of a goalie, without red cards, or without a penalty shootout? All these ideas come from people living in this state. Ladies and gentlemen, Baden-Württemberg is an economic powerhouse, and so is India. For many decades, our companies have been active in India. Some, like Bosch, for a century. Baden-Württemberg has a long-standing and deep relationship with India. In recent years, more and more Indian companies and highly skilled Indian professionals have chosen to establish themselves here in the land of opportunities, enriching our communities, enriching economies alike. Since 2015, Baden-Württemberg has maintained a state partnership with Maharashtra. We have set up a service desk for skilled migration at our state's cooperation office in Pune. Last year, the trade volume between India and Baden-Württemberg exceeded 4 billion euros. Of the nearly 500 partnerships between German and Indian universities and institutions, over 90 are based here in Baden-Württemberg. Ladies and gentlemen, we are meeting today around the topic of India, Germany, a roadmap for sustainable growth. And despite geopolitical and national challenges, both in politics and economies, our main achievement should be to create a world for the future generations. And I'm delighted to see such a distinguished audience from both India and Germany. And I look forward to all exciting speakers and issues today. May this summit be a great success. Thank you very much.
So, this way, sir. Stay on stage. Thank you so much, sir, for your thoughts. We'd like to call Mr. Barun Das and Mr. Rowan Casper to give Mr. Hassler a token of our appreciation, sir.
That's right. We have a shawl from India and a stole from Germany. Requesting the shawl and stole to be brought on stage. Oh, in fact, we have a jersey. That's our token of appreciation as well. Huge round of applause. Thank you. Thank you so much for that.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor for me to introduce our next guest, Shri Ashwini Vaishnav, Honorable Minister of Railways, Information and Broadcasting, and Electronics and Information Technology. Sir, please come and deliver the keynote address.
As we explore ways to further strengthen the India-Germany relationship, it's a privilege to have such a senior Indian minister amongst us today, Mr. Vaishnav, with a ministerial keynote address. But before that, take a look at this.
In Stuttgart, where vision meets momentum, visionaries and game changers converge. The News9 Global Summit, where ideas shape tomorrow. Driving this momentum, a leader transforming pathways, building a modern rail network for tomorrow, empowering India's digital revolution, connecting 1 billion voices, charting a roadmap for India and Germany, bridging industries, nations and possibilities.
Ministerial address.
Thank you. Good evening, friends from Germany, friends from India. My special welcome to Cabinet colleague, Senior Cabinet colleague, Shri Jyotiraditya Scindia ji, Indian Ambassador to Germany, Shri Ajit Gupte ji, senior officials from Government of Baden-Württemberg, and friends from the industry. On behalf of my country, India, I extend my warmest wishes to the people of Germany and the Government of Germany. Friends, it is indeed an honor to stand before you today as we celebrate the enduring partnership between India and Germany. Our partnership is deeply rooted in shared values, particularly our commitment to democracy and sustainable development. We share a common passion for clean growth and sustainable development. Friends, as we stand today, we are living through one of the most transformative phases of the 21st century. In the last 5 years, the world has seen 3 major events which are like once in a century. We had a major pandemic and we had 2 major geopolitical conflicts. More than that, 2024 is the year in which the world, the democratic world, is seeing elections across the globe. Close to 60 countries are holding elections. I would like to make my presentation in the context of the democratic world, the elections, the changing geopolitical scenario. Friends, we also had an election just about 6 months back. This election, if you look at the numbers,
we had 968 million voters, 968 million, 750 political parties, and more than 1 million polling booths. It's the largest election ever conducted in the human history. And believe you me, the pace of digitalization, the way we have digitalized the entire election, on 4th June, the election results were out in just about 5 hours. For such a massive exercise. What's important is that our ruling coalition, the National Democratic Alliance, in which the Bharatiya Janata Party, BJP, is the biggest constituent, that was re-elected for the 3rd time consecutively. And this kind of thing has happened only once in 6 decades in India. In a democracy as vibrant as Indian democracy is, getting re-elected for the 3rd term shows the confidence that the people have in the policies, in the work, in the way these policies were executed by Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji, whom you are going to hear tomorrow. India voted for stability and continuity. The electoral success is basically an endorsement of the 10 years of transformative change. 10 years ago, when Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji took the responsibility for governing the country, for leading the country, India was the 10th largest economy in terms of GDP. At that time, Indian economy was frequently referred as one of the fragile 5 economies. Public confidence in institutions was low. There was an overall negative outlook in the country. Today, just in a decade, we are already the 5th largest economy in terms of GDP, and by the end of it would be the 3rd largest economy in the world. We are today fast growing major, very consistently, I can say with 95% confidence interval, that we are going to continue to grow in the 6 to 8% many years. Inflation is under control. 4 to 6% is the inflation. In our economy, 4 to 6% is the target that we have kept. What's more important is the central government's balance sheet. Compared to the rich world, which spent more on consumption as a response to the pandemic. So we today have a balance sheet which is a very healthy balance sheet. The central government's debt is just about 57% of the GDP. And it's a very bad GDP growth rate is higher than the growth rate of the debt. What I want to share with all of you is the thought process behind this. The success that we are today is not a coincidence. This is the result of a clear, well thought out strategy, meticulously executed by the government of Prime Minister Modi ji. Let me explain the 4 pillars of this growth strategy. First pillar of this strategy is public investment in physical digital infrastructure. The second pillar is a large number of inclusive growth programs. The third pillar is big focus on, and the fourth pillar is massive simplification in our legal and compliance structures. I will now discuss in brief all the 4 pillars one by one. I'll come to the having a debate in Germany at this point of time, whether we should be doing public investment or we should be looking at a different strategy. We in India have a very clear strategy of doing public investment in all the three major infrastructure, which I say as physical, social, and digital. Over the past decade, our public investment from about 36 billion euros in 2014, today we are now investing about 127 billion euros, which is one of my responsibilities. Last year we invested 29 billion US dollars, and this year our capex is 30 billion US dollars. And we are already 64% the month of November. So that's the pace, that's the scale, that's the way, that's the precision with which we are adding infrastructure to our economy. We have constructed 54 in the last 10 years. We have built 84 new airports, and Minister Scindia was in charge of building the airports. We have added 31,000 kilometers of, that's practically the size of entire German railway network. We have electrified 44,000 kilometers of railway networks in the last 10 years, which is more than Belgium combined. In a sense, whether it is railway, ports, airports, highways, the entire gamut of physical infrastructure has seen a massive. I'll come to the digital infrastructure, because we live in an age where digitalization is a key part of our economy. 10 years ago, our Prime Minister gave a digital policy, a digital program where technology is democratized. It should not be in the hands of a few big tech. It should be accessible to everyone. It should have open standards. It should have common standards. It should be available to startups, to academia, to common people. And that created that thought, that vision program, in which today we have solution after solution where the basic tenets of democratizing technology are followed at population scale. Today, India has 1.2 billion telecom subscribers, 600 million plus smartphone users, and we have what we call digital public infrastructure, in which we have created individual constructs, for example, digital identity, for example, digital payment system. Each of these systems are very powerful in themselves, but when combined together, they have a potential of size scale, population scale problems in a very effective way. For example, the payment system that we follow, it's called the UPI, about 400 million users, processing almost 17 billion transactions a month, and annual transaction value is 2.8 trillion euros. Important is the settlement time for funds to get transferred from one account to another is consistently less than 2 seconds. It is today operational in 7 countries. Minister for Digital Economy recently, when he visited India in G20, he first-hand tried, Dr. Vesing, he first-hand tried, and he was so impressed with the system. Japan has given a patent to this system, and many countries are now adopting this. I'll come to the social infrastructure because that is as important as physical and digital. Decade, we have opened 446 new universities. That is like opening a university one a week. That's very, very the core of our philosophy. We have more than doubled the number of prestigious institutions, the IIT system, which you have heard of, the IIMs and the top medical colleges, from 6 to 9, which is more than double the number. We have doubled the number of seats in practically every sector, whether it is medical colleges, whether it is the ITIs, whether it is the level, we have more than doubled the number of seats. Friends, this was the first pillar of our growth strategy. It's a very well thought through, very well executed. The second pillar of Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji's growth is inclusive growth. We are a country with a lot of diversity. We are a country where incomes can vary from very low incomes to very high incomes. So it's very important that in a society like this, we take care of. So our Prime Minister took very focused measures, very clearly defined measures, measures which transform the lives of the people at the bottom of the pyramid. In 10 years, we opened 540 million bank accounts. That's more than the population of whole of Europe. 540 million bank accounts. So, got into the formal banking system. Imagine the power that comes with it. Savings, access to credit, access to so many other ways of growing your own business, growing. We have a public housing program in which we have built 40 million houses for the poor families. We have given free cooking gas connections. Imagine changing the habits to a cooking gas based cooking for 100 million families. 100 million families in 10 years. We have constructed toilets in 100 million homes. 140 million homes. And this is something that we are continuing. Very recently, just about a couple of months back, the government 1 million more houses. Our healthcare program now covers 350 million citizens, and we have recently announced free healthcare for all the age of 70 years. This is a humongous program. Nowhere in the human history has been a program for inclusive growth of this magnitude in such a period of time. And the result is amazing. 250 million people have come out of poverty in just 10 years. This is something which has not been seen any other. This is what we mean by real inclusive growth, growth that truly reaches the people. That was the second pillar of our growth strategy, innovation. India has long been seen as a services economy. However, through the initiatives like Make in India and Startup India, our Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji manufacturing and innovation ecosystem. So the third pillar of our growth strategy is the focus on manufacturing and innovation. Decade ago, when we talked of, we couldn't count more than about 300 or 400 startups. Today we have more than 150,000 startups in the country, and more than 100, which is more than probably a large continent. That's the number of unicorns we have in our country. Mobile manufacturing grew close to 50 billion euros now. Millions of jobs are created. The same is the story with telecom gear, with defense equipment, with automobile growth, with practical textiles. Every sector growth in manufacturing is seen as one of the major planks of the last 10 years. In our innovation strategy, we have also recently completed the development of 4G and 5G telecom stack in the country, and Minister Scindia will speak about it. We completed the development of semi-high-speed Vande Bharat trains. 20 trains are running today very successfully. Today I traveled from Munich to Stuttgart in the ICE train, and I was measuring many of the parameters, including acceleration, train, including the vibration level. And I'm very happy to share with you that on most of the parameters, Vande Bharat would stand as an equal to the ICE train. So we have started working on the semiconductor industry. And this is, as you know, we have a very vibrant design ecosystem. But now we have started into the manufacturing of semiconductors. And within a short time frame of 2 years, 5 projects on which construction is going on, and about 70 billion euro investment will be done. Friends, that's the third pillar. And the fourth and last pillar of this entire growth strategy is simplification. We inherited a colonial era government framework when we got independent from the British rule in 1947. For first 50 part of the colonial system was carried on just like that. Our Prime Minister took up a mission called minimum government, maximum governance, and freedom from the colonial mindset. So helped us remove more than 1,500 laws, archaic laws, from the statute book. I mean, size was a very difficult task, but the parliament supported, and we carried through this entire system. We also removed about 40,000. There is a whole series of new legislations, whether it is in the telecom sector, digital sector, whether it is in shipping sector, whether it is in pharmaceutical. Everywhere the colonial laws are being replaced with brand new laws which are in tune with the times today. Friends, these are the 4 pillars on the basis of which our growth story is there today. Because this is a very well thought through, very well executed strategy, we can say with a very high level of confidence that India will continue to grow in the range, in the real, for the coming at least 4-5 years minimum, and certainly beyond that, because of the very strong foundation that is being built. Our Prime Minister is that while we continue to grow, we must make sure that our environment footprint is very well maintained. Today, even though we are just about $3,000 per capita GDP, we are a country which have taken so much effort on increasing the clean energy power generation capacity. And in fact, in last year in Davos, I asked this question to an audience, how much would be the green power generation capacity in India? The answer which came was about 7% max. But friends, it is 45%. 45% of our 200 gigawatt power generation capacity today comes from green energy. And that commitment, one of those few countries which have completed the COP commitments well before time. And Indian Railways, which carries 2.5 crore, that is 25 million, correct? No? 25 million people every day, and actually 7 billion people every year. We are going to be net zero by 2030, well before that. So are the commitments with which we are working. I'll close by saying that the success of our government reflects that good economics can also be good politics. When the policies, the economic execution that is in tune with the way people think, and it makes a difference in people's lives and all sectors, then the politics works for us, economics works for us. To my friends in Germany, I would say that the global supply chains. We have seen the impact of pandemic. Practically every industry has seen it. We in India offer you trust, stability. We are a country which believes in democracy. We are a country which respects IP rights. We are a country which is open-minded, which is being in multilateralism and believes in rule-based international order. We welcome you all. Please come over, see for yourself what kind of transformation is happening there. We offer a vast pool of talent and the world-renowned capabilities in IT and design. This is once-in-a-decade opportunity for you. This is an opportunity which will help you grow. This is a win-win for all of us. Take advantage of our unique demographic and democratic strengths. Friends, thank you very much for inviting me here today to TV9 for organizing the Global Summit in Germany, in Stuttgart here. After championing local media, now you are truly becoming global. Congratulations to you. German friends, I extend a heartfelt invitation to visit India and witness the transformation, experience our curry, and experience the, I understood that something has become very popular here in Germany. Kya hai? Mango lassi. People told me that people are like, everyone is asking for mango lassi here. That's good. So there's 5,000 very much. Vielen Dank. Thank you very much.
Minister Vaishnav, request you to please stay on stage, requesting Mr. Barun Das and Mr. Rowan Casper to please present a jersey from Germany as well as a shawl from India. Ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause.
From India, Shri Jyotiraditya Scindia. But before we call you, sir, let's take a look at this.
In Stuttgart, where innovation meets legacy, a global confluence unfolds. The News9 Global Summit, where ideas shape tomorrow. At its heart, a transformative leader, a voice for sustainable growth, bridging innovation with impact, progress with purpose, charting a roadmap for India and Germany.
Join him as he maps the agenda for sustainable progress.
News9 Global Summit.
Seated in this historic venue, my colleague in cabinet and good friend, Minister of I&B, Railways, Meti, Ashwini Vaishnavji, the MD and CEO of the raison d'etre of our presence here tonight, Mr. Barun Das. Seated in the audience with me, the Chief Marketing and Sales Officer of VFB Stuttgart, Mr. Rowan Casper, State Secretary for Political Coordination of Baden-Württemberg, Mr. Florian Hassler, our Indian Ambassador, Mr. Ajit Gupte, our Consul General, Shatrughan Sinha ji, an old family friend and in a league of his own, someone who has taken India to shores across the seven seas, Chairman and Managing Director of Kalyani Forge, Baba Kalyani ji, members from the Indian diaspora, my friends in Germany, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this wonderful event that has been hosted by Mr. Barun Das and TV9. I was ruminating while coming here that it's probably the first time in the history of not only Indian media, but probably media worldwide, and I stand to be corrected, that an event of this magnitude scale is being held at a historical MHP Arena, the Temple of Soccer in Stuttgart. And what does this tell you? This conveys many stories. The first being a sports person myself, and as Mr. Casper said in his address, sports is not only a physical activity. Sports involves camaraderie. Sports builds a team. Sports builds partnerships. And sports promotes relationships between people. And therefore, it's only apt that when a confident India, a nation rooted in 5,000 years of civilizational history, now arriving on the global stage, takes a foot forward, it's only natural that it will be a striker's foot, but it will be a team effort. And therefore, I must congratulate Varun Das ji. He has, in his own way, with TV9, started an epoch-making trend. I have seen this stadium many a time on television screens. But it's due to him that today the confluence between sports, between people, between cultures, and between civilizations is taking place on this stage in Stuttgart. So let me start by saying Guten Abend, Namaskar. My address today is going to talk about our countries, our histories, our civilizations. My colleague and good friend has talked about India's story. But we are gathered here today under this umbrella as two distinguished countries standing side by side on the global firmament. One, in the heart of Europe, that is an economic powerhouse. And the other, on the southern side of the globe, that today has risen as a beacon of hope, a beacon of reliability, a beacon of trust, and a beacon for the world to look upon in the form of Bharat Mata, my India. One that, as Mr. Hassler talked about, not only your state, sir, but Germany, that has been the cradle of innovation, and the other, the validator of all of those inventions in the form of India. One that is well established as a formidable player, and the other that today has arisen as an emerging player in the new international world order. And therefore, together, Germany and India present that impeccable force of global good. And therefore, I stand before you on this podium, paying tribute to the capabilities, the potential of both Deutschland and Bharat Mata. And isn't it a fascinating truth that two countries that are so far apart, thousands of kilometers, will still share such important complementary strengths? Unique strengths that are brought onto the global stage by both countries. Germany as a paragon of engineering excellence. And we see that all around us in Stuttgart. Whether it is Bosch or Porsche or Mercedes. Engineering excellence and sustainability. And the two in this era of mankind must go hand in hand. India too follows that principle, as my colleague Ashwini ji has pointed out in his address. So on the one hand, a paragon of excellence, a paragon of engineering, a paragon of sustainability, and the other in the form of India, representing youthful prowess. 70% of India's population under the age of 35. We are talking about 1 billion people. More than the full population of Europe and the United States of America combined. Our software capability, and the fact that on a technological landscape, we are ascending and changing, metamorphizing every single minute and second of our existence. These complementary strengths, I really believe, nurture a relationship that has been steeped to look at global challenges and present a shared future to the world. And therefore, in the global jigsaw, Germany and India blend seamlessly together. Now, these characteristics, ladies and gentlemen, these attributes and these capabilities are rooted in a sense of mutual understanding and partnership. German philosopher Johann Gottfried Herder once remarked, and I quote, "Mankind's origins can be traced to India, where the human mind got the first shapes of wisdom and virtue," unquote. And this sentiment echoes the history of both our nations' exchanges with each other. Barun Das ji in his address was just talking about Rabindranath Tagore ji. Rabindranath Tagore visited Germany multiple times. And he invited thinkers, philosophers, thought leaders from Germany to Shantiniketan to create that fountainhead, to create that confluence, to create that bridging of minds and hearts, to create that fountainhead of knowledge and diversity. And therefore, the feelings and the sentiments that resonate not only amongst our political class, not only amongst our business class, but India and Germany's relationship is based on an exchange of ideas, based on an exchange of literature, based on an exchange of philosophy, based on an exchange of invention, which far exceed traditional diplomatic processes. And if you ask me a question, the root of all this, lies in the capability of our people. Our people are the true ambassadors of this relationship. The Indian diaspora, the biggest in the world at over 25 million, stands as a vibrant testament to India's global spirit. Limited to only a few hundreds in the 1920s in Germany, today they are close to over 250,000 in Germany. And besides, we are backed by a vast skilled workforce ready to meet the demands of modern economies across the world. Whether it's in the automation industry, the manufacturing industry, in IT, in nursing, across the board, a multitude of opportunities where Indians are not only visible, but Indians are invaluable. Indians help in forging new paths of collaboration between people, grounded in our strengths. And India's dynamism, with its vast engineering commitment and capability, meets Germans' expertise, both in precision, in design, and in quality. And therefore, the 50,000 students that today are immersed in scholastic pursuits in Germany form a very, very key bridge to this relationship. The faith of Germany in the capacity and capability of our Indian talent stands on 4 pillars: democracy, demography, data, and demand, both powered by technology and our infrastructure. In the last decade, under the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, India has transformed. India has covered ground that she was not able to cover in the 6 decades prior to the last decade. Some of the statistics that my friend Ashwini ji portrayed amongst all of you, whether it's the area of airports, the area of highways, digitization, the area of telecom. India has transformed herself over the last decade. And it is this transformation, if you take the area of telecom alone, the fact that we've gone from 250 million internet users to 970 million. In the area of broadband, from 60 million users, 15 times to 924 million. Over 1.16 billion mobile subscribers. And mind you, while we look at that exponential growth, across that inflection point, costs have dramatically fallen. 1 GB of data that would cost close to $3.4 today costs close to about 11 cents. Voice that would cost 50 paise a minute today costs only 3 paise a minute. That's the capability and the size of transformation that India has gone through. And today, that transformation is seen by German companies that are in India. Take the example of Mercedes-Benz. When Mercedes-Benz first entered the Indian market over 35 years ago, they described their strategy in terms of strategic patience. Today, Mercedes is the largest luxury car manufacturer in India. And this also speaks to the arrival of Indian consumerism, which today has become sophisticated, has become advanced, has become discerning. And therefore, I do believe that if you look at the Indian market, which opens up tremendous opportunities for German innovators, German entrepreneurs, German businessmen, German startups, not only to make in India, but as Prime Minister Modi says, make in India, but make for the world. And I see 5 pillars on which this relationship can be strengthened. The first, bilateral trade. We are today at close to $26.5 billion in terms of bilateral trade. Germany is one of the largest FDI investors in India. Over 2,000 German companies today are present in India, with an investment of greater than $15 billion. And leaders on both sides, Prime Minister Modi on one side, the German Chancellor, His Excellency Scholz, on the other, have been working assiduously to increase that exchange. The 7th IGC that was held in India was tremendously successful. And our German Chancellor, His Excellency Scholz himself, started off the German Incubator Accelerator program in India, by which Indian companies could enter the German market. The second pillar is the collaboration in the defense sector. The Indo-Pacific, no longer the Asia-Pacific, but the Indo-Pacific, security, peace and tranquility is mandatory in that area. And many Indian startups in the defense sector, many Indian companies in the defense area are today venturing forward. And that collaboration between Indian and German defense manufacturers can give a great fillip to international new innovation in the days to come. The third, going back to where I started from, is the cultural exchange between our people. And I believe that students, an exchange amongst them, is a fundamental precept of that. The India-Germany Innovation and Technology Partnership in emerging technologies, whether it's renewable, artificial intelligence, quantum computing, semiconductors, areas where India today is leading across many sectors, will lead to tremendous collaboration in the days to come. I also do believe that the innovation and incubation program for students and the exchange of that will lead to a tremendous fillip in our relationships. And here we have taken a leaf from the German repertoire, where vocational training, experiential training is very much a part of your essential curriculum. This year in the budget, the Prime Minister has heralded the Prime Minister's internship scheme in India, where 125,000 students in the first year will get to experience internships with the top firms across the length and breadth of our nation. The final pillar is our commitment to sustainability. Sustainability is a key word embedded in our systems today. And I'm glad to inform you that India has stepped ahead on that front. The Green Hydrogen Task Force that has been put together in India will ensure the fulfillment of our common goals towards decarbonization across all industrial and manufacturing processes, and will ensure that the goals of the Paris Agreement become a reality. The Indo-German Green and Sustainable Development Partnership will also ensure that that commitment bears fruition. An investment of close to 3.2 billion euros have been invested in that relationship. So as we conclude 25 years of our strategic relationship, it is imperative for me to describe the Indo-German partnership as a living bridge. A living bridge that unites the world's two most dynamic countries. A bridge that is not built on steel or stone, but built on shared beliefs, ideals, and values. Our connection is also the people, the ideas, and the values that empower each other and, in turn, the world. Marching forward over the next 25 years, the greater promise of both countries to fulfill milestones in their individual national journeys. India on her path to promote and to gain and to become a Viksit Bharat, and Germany celebrating the centenary of your Federal Republic. Together, our nations can write a new chapter of global progress. As we embark upon that promise and that journey, we hold close to ourselves the spirit of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. The world is one family. This vision of unity and shared responsibility is now more relevant than others. Let me thank TV9 and Barun Das ji and the government of Germany for creating this opportunity, which will stand as a testament that when two countries unite, when innovation and progress unites, it sets upon a path, a beacon for the world to follow. Dankeschön. Thank you so much.
Requesting Mr. Jyotirati Scindia, Minister Jyotirati Scindia, to please stay on stage so that we can present you with our token of appreciation, a jersey from Germany and a shawl from India. Ladies and gentlemen, huge round of applause.
Huh? Thank you, sir, for sharing your thoughts today here with us. And with that, it's time for the first coach speak of the summit. What's a team without a coach? Without his vision, a team cannot reach its true potential.
Absolutely. A team needs a coach, and hence, for the inaugural coach speak, we invite Mr. Ramu Rao Jupalli, Vice Chairman, My Home Group, to take the stage. Please.
India, where dreams ignite innovation, shaping industries with courage and creativity. A new era of entrepreneurship unfolds. Ramu Rao Jupalli, a leader shaping India's entrepreneurial future. inspiring the next generation of innovators. Join him as he shares the roadmap to India's entrepreneurial revolution. The Coach Speak.
Is IT, Electronics and INB, Sri Ashwini Vaishnavji, an Honorable Minister for Communications and Development of Northeast Region, Government of India, Sri Scindia ji. Thanks a lot for taking time and coming all the way to Stuttgart to attend this News9 Summit. Despite your hectic schedules, it means a lot to us, sir. Thank you. And also Mr. Florian Hassel, Barun, and my dear friends, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening. It's my pleasure to be with you all this evening and talk about the subject that I'm passionate about, entrepreneurship. A while ago, both the ministers talked about the energy that is surging through the new India. As someone who comes from a business family, I can tell you that India of today is nothing like the India of my father's generation. When my father, Dr. Rameshwar Jupali, started his career, he dabbled in medicine to begin with. It was an obvious thing to do for a homeopathic doctor, but his heart lay in entrepreneurship. He wanted to create businesses, create employment, and create wealth for himself and also his investors. So he decided to switch his careers and become an entrepreneur with almost no financial support and also advice from his family. He comes from a family of farmers. It was a chance investment in a small plot of land that gave him his start in the real estate industry and then grew into the cement industry. Today, the company that my father started, Mayam Constructions, has developed more than 50 million square feet of construction, and currently we are doing almost 40 million square feet of developments and more 40 million in the active planning stage. And in the cement industry, we produce more than 12 million tons of cement annually, and now we are expanding to reach 20 million tons of annual capacity in the near future. The point is my father struggled really hard to create successful businesses because India's regulatory and macroeconomic environment were not conducive for entrepreneurship. Today, for young entrepreneurs like me, it's a different story. India of today is bustling with entrepreneurial energy. Sri Ashwini Vaishnavji, Honorable Minister, has already mentioned about the unicorn startups, where India has more than 100 unicorn startups, that is startups that is valued more than $1 billion. There is money pouring in India from all corners of the world in recognition of the fact that the young country with thousands of young and brilliant youngsters, and of course, a population of 1.4 billion people. So what will the next generation entrepreneurs look like? For a young entrepreneur like me, I think there are both challenges and opportunities. The challenges is the expectations I have to myself, that I have to do better what my father did, and also that the India also provides unlimited opportunities, but one has to carefully choose which ones to pursue. But to my mind, a few things that are going to be extremely important. As an entrepreneur, building future businesses, I would like to keep these 4 things in mind. The first one is the scale. I believe that the problems we seek to solve must be relevant to as many as people in the world as possible. Therefore, I would like to think beyond the boundaries of my own country. 2 is the technology. Technology will be the central to everything we do. It could be AI or even AGI, artificial general intelligence. I would like my businesses to have a strong digital base, even the traditional industries like the cement and steel. 3 is the sustainability. Sri Scindia ji already talked about that. Global warming is not a future threat. It's today's existential crisis. We have to address this with urgency it deserves. Therefore, I believe that the DNA of my businesses must be green. And the last one, 4th, is the responsible capitalism. This is something that I've learned from my father. Without compassion, one cannot build businesses that last. I see an increasing concentration of wealth among a small number of people. The top 1% are estimated to 143% of the wealth globally. As with nature, economic excesses can lead to severe imbalances, not to mention social unrest. Therefore, my idea of next generation entrepreneurships rests on these 4 pillars. I look forward to having conversations to all of you later this evening. Thank you one and all.
So,
please requesting Reuven and Varun Das to please felicitate Mr. Jupalli on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, huge round of applause. Of course, please. You have a mic all to yourself, sir. Or maybe you can take this one.
Hello. Yeah, I just wanted to introduce Ramu under another avatar. Ramu happens to be the shareholder of TV9 Network, and he and his father, while I front all the operations, I do everything for TV9 Network, but he and his father stand very firmly behind me, guiding me and supporting me that anything that we do. And we learn from each other every now and then. Thank you. Thank you, Ramu.
So there is the coach and there is the player, of course. So inaugural coach speak done for the day, Meha.
That's right. Thank you, Mr. Jupalli, for sharing the wealth of your knowledge, sir. Let me now invite Mr. Ajit Gupte, Ambassador of India, Federal Republic of Germany. Ambassador Gupte, the floor is yours, sir.
Honorable Minister of Railways, I&B and Electronics and Information Technology, Shri Ashwini Vaishnavji, Honorable Minister of Communication and Development of the Northeast Region, Shri Jyotiraditya Scindia ji, Managing Director and CEO of TV9, Shri Varun Das, State Secretary Florian Hassler, dear friends, Namaskar and Guten Abend. First of all, I would like to congratulate TV9 for organizing the first ever News9 Global Summit in a country overseas, and I'm sure it will be a great success. I would like to thank 2 of our very senior members of the cabinet for coming all the way from India. And sir, your comments have, I think, greatly enthused myself and the others in the embassy to do their utmost to take the relationship between India and Germany and intensify it. 2024 has been a momentous year in the relationship. The External Affairs Minister visited Germany earlier in the year, and he met a wide cross-section of politicians, people from different think tanks and business leaders. Recently, the Chancellor visited India for the 7th Intergovernmental Consultations. This was the 6th time Chancellor Scholz and Prime Minister Modi had met in the last 3 years, and they share a very warm and friendly relationship. The IGC also coincided with the Asia Pacific Congress, which was being held in India after 12 years. And this brought together CEOs of German companies from the Asia Pacific region to congregate in Delhi. The central message from the APK is that German companies are looking at India with renewed vigor, renewed enthusiasm, and are planning to step up their investments. It was very apparent that India is not just the flavor of the month, but that India is the flavor of the year. As Minister Scindia pointed out, bilateral trade between India and Germany has reached a new high. The German statistics show that the trade crossed $33 billion. I was just mentioning that some of the trade comes to Netherlands, but the final destination is Germany. So there is a slight difference in the figures. German companies have invested $20 billion in India according to their own statistics, but a good amount of the earnings is being reinvested in India. I happened to be in India and had the opportunity to interact with a few German companies, and I was truly surprised by the scale of their planned expansion. Most German companies I spoke to said that their target is for their turnover to expand 4 times by 2030. So you have German companies, many hidden champions with turnovers of 2 billion, 3 billion euros in India, and they said by 2030 they plan that it will cross 4 times. So it is truly an exciting time for India-Germany relationship, and one of the new dimensions to this is the renewed interest in security and defense. Last year and this year have seen fresh vigor. Our Chief of Air Staff visited Germany last year. The German Air Chief visited India this year. Germany took part in Tarang Shakti. This was the first time that the German Air Force and the Indian Air Force did exercises. And in fact, the Chief of Air Staff of the German Air Force flew with our Air Chief in the LCA Tejas. I also had the opportunity to accompany Chancellor and the high-level delegation to Goa at the end of the IGC. And the Chancellor and the delegation visited 2 German naval ships, which had just concluded the first ever naval exercises between India and Germany. Senior officials from the German delegation were shown our aircraft carrier INS Vikrant, and I can assure you that they came back truly impressed. Friends, a lot has been said, I would not like to repeat, but the Green and Sustainable Development Partnership provides a very strong template for continuing our cooperation in renewable energy, sustainable development, urban management, etc. The Indian diaspora is growing by leaps and bounds. It was less than 100,000 in 2016 and has crossed 275,000. The Indian students have doubled in the last 5 years. There are more than 50,000, but 80% of them are doing master's degree, and most of them are doing STEM courses. A few takeaways on the cultural side, based on my earlier experience. This is the second time I'm in Germany, but a lot has changed. Have you heard of yogi tea? Yogi tea is a symbol of the cultural friendship between India and Germany. It is nothing but masala chai. But when Germans go to Indian restaurants, one of the first things they order is yogi tea. I remember from my last tenure when it was Halloween, and a lot of German children used to come and we used to give them sweets. There were a couple of occasions when we ran out of sweets. And do you know what the German children said? Never mind if you don't have chocolates. Can we have butter chicken instead? So I told my wife that next year when we have Halloween, we must cook a lot of butter chicken. But I think nothing exemplifies that India has arrived than the fact that at Potsdamer Platz, today you have about 4 or 5 Indian restaurants, and in the famous Adlon Hotel, which was at one time known for its China Club, there is the India Club now, and it's a fine dining experience. And the India Club, I think, gets many more visitors than the China Club. Let me thank everybody, including a large number of visitors from India who have come to cold Germany. But I think the warmth in the relationship is adequate to drive away the cold, and I think it will sustain us in the winter months ahead. Let me finally thank very deeply the government of Baden-Württemberg, the Minister President Winfried Kretschmann, for their sustained support in organizing this memorable event. Thank you very much.
Need I say this? Varun and Ruben, please come and give a token of our appreciation. Thanks.
I finally asked you. I'm going to request Mr. Marandas and Ruben Casper to please stay on stage. We have an important felicitation to be done right away. I'm going to invite both the senior Indian Union ministers with us, Mr. Minister Ashwini Vaishnav and Jyotiradittya Scindia, to the stage, and Minister from Germany, Mr. Florian Hassler, and Mr. Ramu Rao Jupalli, requesting all of them to come on stage. It's time now to felicitate our sponsors for the News9 Global Summit, requesting all the gentlemen now to stay on stage. Let me please invite Mr. Baba Kalyani, Chairman and Managing Director, Bharat Forge, to please take the stage. Let me also invite Mr. B.C. Tripathi, Vice Chairman, AM Green, to please take the stage. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Without them, the summit wouldn't have been possible. Our big sponsors. Let me also invite Mr. Harshal Asnani, President Europe of Tech Mahindra, to also take the stage. This summit has been co-powered by Tech Mahindra as well. Requesting for the shawls to be presented as part of this felicitation.
Thank you all. Ladies and gentlemen, time for us to get started with our first playoff of the summit. Srinagar to Stuttgart, the consumer story. As you may know, India's consumer market is one of the largest and the fastest growing market in the world. The consumption patterns have evolved. The market is diverse. India has become one of the most attractive destinations in the world for global companies.
Right, and the consumer, however, is the same across the world. Their aspirations are the same. How can India and Germany collaborate to make products for consumers across the world? Take a look at this.
Generations. What do they even mean?
Time moving forward, people evolving, but
are they just labels?
Or something deeper?
Okay, enough questions.
Let's talk about Gen Z.
Born digital. Fiercely independent.
Unapologetically bold. They live in the moment.
But think about tomorrow. They're not just consumers.
They're trendsetters.
Music, they set the beat.
Gadgets, they demand the best.
Fashion, they redefine it. Shopping, it's all about the experience.
Global citizens in a connected world.
Digital natives living online and offline.
They don't just follow trends.
They create them.
1 billion consumers, a growing force.
Fueling the global consumption engine. How can Germany tap into this surge?
A new era of cross-cultural consumerism.
The playoff begins.
Right, for this first playoff, let's invite our distinguished speakers. We have Mr. Ulrich Heppe, CEO, Stuttgart Airport. Ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause. We have Mr. Shubhranshu Singh, CMO, CVBU, Tata Motors. Mr. Digdyuti Sen, Global Marketing Director, Flixbus. Mr. Reinhold von Unkern, Sternberg, Director, International Markets, BMW. And the match referee for this playoff is my good friend and colleague, Aditya Raj Kaul. Aditya, all yours.
Thank you so much. Well, I'm not going to sit at the podium. I'm going to join the audience here, right in between. And this is the first playoff of this season of the Global Summit that News9 has organized at Stuttgart. So thank you very much for joining us. You know, India and Germany have had, great relations. The relations have been actually broadening and growing by leaps and bounds. We had the German Chancellor Olaf Scholz very recently in New Delhi with almost half his cabinet. And that clearly indicates the emphasis that Germany lays on India. And Germany already is one of the biggest, I would say, the partners of India from the European Union. So let me actually begin by asking Ulrich Heppe, the CEO of the Stuttgart airport, that one of the areas where there has been emphasis has been innovation, mobility, and sustainability. In fact, this is the area where emphasis has been laid during the recent visit and the India-Germany framework. How do you see India and Germany collaborating together and Germany actually providing that technology to the large population in India, and what better can India do to actually have more investors from Germany?
Thank you very much for having me. My name is Ulrich Heppe. I'm 53 years old, 4 children, CEO of Stuttgart Airport. Who of you all arrived at Stuttgart Airport? Please raise your hand. Wonderful. I hope you had a good experience. If not, complaints to me. Yeah? And no, thank you very much for having me. I'm happy to answer your question. I am very excited because I love India. Before I came to Stuttgart 2.5 years ago, I lived with my family in Ahmedabad, the capital of Gujarat. I was in charge for Ahmedabad International Airport and for the transition of some other Adani Group airports from privatization into private ownership. So I'm super excited. I love the Indian cultures, the languages, the food, the people. I'm a big fan, and that's why I was honored when you asked me to join the panel. So. No, I think mobility is the big key, and Germany, actually India is the largest growing market for aviation. The companies Air India and Indigo and Akasan, they ordered over 1,000 aircrafts, much more than the Gulf carriers or the Chinese carriers did. So a lot of growth will come, and we want to be as an entry point. We are the gate to Baden-Württemberg at Stuttgart Airport. And hopefully soon we'll have some direct connectivity. Last Friday I talked to the colleagues from Air India, and they also could imagine they're focusing on Frankfurt and Munich, unfortunately right now, but there are new aircrafts coming which are good for secondary airports to connect because they're a little bit smaller, like the Airbus 321 XLR or Airbus 321 LR. They could go ideally from Bangalore to Stuttgart or to Mumbai, to Delhi, to Stuttgart. So we're looking forward to this. Then I think both India, you have so much talent, so much well-educated people. The people I worked with in Ahmedabad, I was really impressed. I think Europe is happy that India orders a lot of Airbus, which are produced in Europe, but you're also ordering Boeings. Good for Europe that Boeing has some difficulties right now, but I think it's good to have 2 big aircraft producers. For me, it's important that we get zero-emission flights. The industry wants to be without emissions by 2050, so the short distance should be electric. The medium distance should be with green hydrogen powered, and the long distance with the sustainable aviation fuels. And India can be one of the major green hydrogen producer with all the solar energy you have and also wind. So I think India plays an important role in aviation in the future.
I think India plays a significant role certainly in the global economics today, one of the fastest growing economies in the world at present. Let me bring in Shubhranshu Singh, CMO from Tata Motors, who's flown down from India all the way. Shubhranshu, Make in India has been one of the primary projects of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and people have been speaking about it, the kind of flexibility that it has brought in towards collaborations and of course productions that are happening in India. But for a German investor, for an investor perhaps from the larger European Union, how significant is Make in India? Do you also feel that there needs to be an understanding of the local tastes, and perhaps the investors need to mold themselves to the local environment and atmosphere?
Yes, thank you. I think the ministers had already spoken about the huge opportunity that India presents, not only to Germany, but to the developed world at large. Let me just address this from a brand building and a marketing standpoint. You see, India is a very large market, already the 5th largest economy by nominal GDP. We are 3.55 trillion. We have a 1.3 billion plus population. What we don't realize is how young and optimistic the country is in terms of demographics. So we are a median age of 28 years. 400 million Indians are yet not 20 years of age. So for the next, say, 50, even 100 years, the population increase in the world is going to come essentially from the developing markets. And when we say global or developed market, actually it is India and China put together, which is 2/3 out of every 100 people on the planet. So, and that is not going to change for a very long time. The second part of this youthful optimism is how they are responding to the market. And there I think, whether it's Germany or the top 6 developed economies in the world, I think the important distinction that has to be made is the nature of the market opportunity. Developed markets are about very large GDPs comprised of very few consumers, each having a lot. Whereas an India market construct is again a very large aggregated GDP having, relatively speaking, a little. So if you are in India and if you address, say, the top 10% households, by the way, India's urban population is about 500 million, 540 million or thereabouts. So half of 1 billion people live in urban India. So if you took 30% of those households, for example, you could quickly build a business of anywhere between 100 million to 500 million at average levels of profitability by global standards. But if you have to really become a vast business, then you have to go 1, even 2 levels below that, which means pricing comes into play. The 2 defining characteristics of Indian consumers vis-a-vis a developed market is that they're relatively less affluent, but equally savvy. And our last mile now is organized around the mobile phone. And so therefore, savvy consumers, very networked consumers, very informed consumers, but not very prosperous consumers yet. But then every $1 trillion that gets added to the economy, or any 10 years that elapse, will change the construct of the market a great deal. So the one prescription that I could make perhaps for German companies or developed countries per se is you have to be about the mass market. You have to think of new price points, new products, and new ways to the market. In India, the last mile is critical. And so if you are imagining that the rest of India will catch up and suddenly become developed overnight, then you will remain relatively small. But if you have the imagination to say, I will go 1 level, 2 levels, or 3 levels deep or deeper and change the model. So instead of saying this is the global model, I will wait for all in India to catch up to the global model. Instead of that, if they had the imagination to say this is a large market in aggregate, how do I serve it? What models are required? Then I think the sky is the lower limit.
Well, certainly the last mile is important. Certainly, let me get in Ungern Sternberg at this stage. You're director of the international markets of BVMW. You've been already collaborating with NASSCOM, with FICCI and CII. Would you like to speak about that? Because small and medium markets are important. The small and medium companies are significantly important for India as well. What kind of an environment are you looking at in India and tapping the opportunity really in India?
Well, yes. Today, the ministers, the ambassador, many people already have outlined that Germany and India are a perfect fit together because of common things and because of differences. So the consumer market we are talking about is something that, besides all our commitments to work together, has not been explored in its full stage, is even not started, this success story. But if we look in both markets and both countries, then we see that in India we have lots of consumer goods and also B2B producers who are B2B2C, producers of goods that are good for making consumer goods or services. And in Germany, the same. And in Germany, we have talked about the well-known brands like Porsche, Mercedes, here in this region especially. And the business our business association stands for is not just the SMEs, it's all family-owned businesses in Germany,
right,
all the Mittelstand. And it's based on the SMEs and the larger mid-caps and large family-owned companies that are the backbone of the German economy. And these companies stand behind these well-known brands like Porsche, like Mercedes. And these companies would not deny that their success is also based on these small and medium-sized and even larger family-owned businesses. And what we have talked about is that at the moment we still have these hurdles, the barriers of trade we try to overcome by getting this EU and India trade agreement done. It's very difficult, as we all know, but the way to go into the both consumer markets is to invest. So to go to India, the German SMEs, and we've heard about successful stories by the ambassador of companies who are going to India. And the other way to Germany is even not so complicated, because we have in Germany a lack of talents on the one hand side, but we have increased by far the numbers of students and people coming here to Germany. And we have another problem in Germany that Indian investors could match, because if they invest in German family-owned SMEs who do not have successes for their family businesses, they can come into the market. So I think we have good ways for both sides to enter in the other market.
Well, surely the Indian skilled force comes in handy at this stage, and that was certainly discussed when Robert Habeck and others visited India. But let me get in Digduti Sen at this moment. You know, Indian travelers have been traveling with a vengeance post-COVID, post the pandemic. And you've been providing quality travel. You've been providing technology. Would you like to replicate your successful model in India? And also, you know, Indians, particularly the youth, which constitutes probably 35 to 40% of the population currently, are also investing, are also actually do want luxury. How do you make that happen?
No, thanks for this question. I think let me begin by first saying, I think as an Indian living in Germany, I was listening to our honorable speakers earlier this evening. Everything we talk about India is in superlatives, and I couldn't help but feel very proud about it. Over the last 10 years that I've been living away from India, a lot has changed, and I look back at this, the infrastructure, the GDP per capita, name it, and it has doubled or tripled. We only talk in orders of magnitude. What has also happened as a result of that is the hunger for travel, as you just mentioned, right? India is also one of those only few countries, or probably the only one that I know of, where the probability of travel, like people in their own admission, is higher after COVID than it was before. So more people are looking forward to traveling. And with the increase in affordability, the increase in earnings, there are more and more people coming in market to be wanting to travel. And I think maybe let's take a step back in terms of think of what Flix does in that setup, right? For the ones here in Germany, I think you're very familiar with Flixbus, and if you're in Stuttgart, then the green trains as well. But just to put it into perspective, right? Flix transports about 80 million passengers a year around 43 countries. And I'm very happy to say as of 2024, also in India, right? We've just started operations in India. But what Flix brings to India is that global standard of collective sustainable mobility. We're bringing in the next millions of people who are willing to travel, and if not for anything but the sake of our all common future, I think there needs to be sustainable transport in the country. I think that's what Flix brings. Flix brings a consolidation and consistency to a highly fragmented intercity transport in India. But not just that. I mean, also thinking from what it means for brands across Europe and India. A very recent study from Deloitte and Google states, by 2040, India will be one of the largest, number 3, if I'm not wrong, in terms of outbound source of travelers. And for a lot of these travelers, Europe is going to be their first port of call. I think this is a great time for brands like Flix to build that bridge. When these travelers are ready to travel to Europe, travel around the world, the green buses and trains will be a familiar face wherever they go. So I think all in all, I would say Flix is here to transform the intercity bus market in India, bringing in collective, sustainable travel for a lot of people who are now looking to, enjoy this new form of life and leisure that they're looking forward to.
Well, excellent. We are at the MHP Arena, and we are not following the traditional way of debating and having these panel discussions. So this was the kickstart. And me, as the referee, am now calling questions from the audience. And this is a special segment. Any questions from any of the participants who are present here who want to ask the 3 leaders from India and Germany on the way forward?
I liked it very much in Ahmedabad, and in Germany we sometimes tend to overanalyze things and a little bit too risk averse. And my colleague in Ahmedabad, they were always, let's go for it. No, we do it, we get it done. So this spirit the Germans can learn doing business from our friends in India. I think consumer behavior and the young generations, it's not so different. I have a 15-year-old daughter, a 19-year-old daughter, and also an 8-year-old daughter and a 5-year-old boy. And if I see the new kids, they love a lot everything with social media and with videos and dance and text and food. And I just came back from Doha to speak to Qatar Airways there and my daughter called me, Uli, you have to bring me some Dubai chocolate from Dubai, yeah? And I said, no, I will not bring you Dubai chocolate. I'm in Doha. So they're all in food and stuff, and whatever gets promoted on social media, if it's cookies so it's not so different, consumer behavior.
Well, for audience and those who are watching us live, they couldn't hear the question. So I have to tell them that the question was about the difference in the consumer behaviors between people here in Ahmedabad, his experiences here, and in Germany. Anyone else from the audience who would like to ask a question? Please. Mr. Sternberg, what are the 3 top hurdles that you face while investing in India, and how do we overcome that?
Yes, thank you for the question. So the 3 top hurdles for investors from India and Germany are there's no transparency in the market where to invest in. This is combined with the situation that in Germany, if you want to start a business, of course, this is a market that's already, it's not a growing market, so you have competition. So if you want to go into the market, you need to know where your opportunities lie and with whom you can partner, or which company you can take over or invest in. So, and this is something you need a network of trust. So you can approach embassy, you can approach institutions that give you a bit of insights in how to go into the German market. But then you need the contacts and you need this networks of trust. And this is what we are very much working on, because our association has been founded 49 years ago, and we have partners, as mentioned, in India, which are FICCI, CI, and NASCOM, and we are having roadshows in Germany. We are traveling, we are bringing our business people together with the Indian business people, and I don't recall one of these meetings where this question has not been discussed. And this is where people meet and where people come into contact with each other. And I want to introduce my colleague Daniel Raja, which is present here. He's the driver of all these contacts between the Indian associations and our business people. So we can just continue here after this talk.
Well, certainly we can. One of the good things that has happened is that the intent is turning into outcomes in the recent years. And I want to quickly go to Shubhranshu here. One of the areas that we saw recently being discussed between Olaf Scholz and Prime Minister Modi was about a large amount of Indian skilled force, the workers actually going from India to Germany. The numbers could be to the range of 90,000 to perhaps 200,000. How do you see they helping the German economy grow as well? Because they bring in talent, they bring in innovation, they bring in this entire gamut of mobility, sustainability that we are talking about, a renewed push in that sector.
Well, I must firstly confess it is not really an area of expertise for me, but I can venture a good enough guess, because in my sector, in the automobile and automotive space, it is well known that where we are sitting today is really the heartland for European automobile industry, and there is a lot of innovation that gets percolated both ways. And I think if you look at the spread of skill sets that are available now in India and the general change in demographics in Europe, in Germany, with the aging population versus a very youthful, skilled population in India, I think that exchange is natural. But if I may take the liberty of adding to your question, one of the things which happens conversely is that when folks come into India, they imagine that there is going to be an inflection point based on per capita income, for example. So, everything will start happening after $3,000 or whatever. That's not the way the world works today, because in India, all of these skills have developed on the back of domestic players who have innovated to fill the gap. Because if there is market opportunity, it's not going to wait for a multinational to come in and provide them valuable but price-effective solutions. So a lot of our skill sets are happening. In India, we have a word for it. It's called jugaad, or innovation on the fly, and that has provided us with a very robust toolkit, no matter what the situation is, to be able to innovate. And I think that, married to first world infrastructure, is a wonderful thing, which is also a talent magnet. But if in any case, like I said, if out of 100 people, 2/3 of them are going to be in India and in China, then we need to shift the definition of what is global or what is Asian workforce. Because if you take a count of people and you were to line them up in one line, then it will predominantly be an Asian line. So if the Asian talent, Indian talent in particular, goes across the world, it will be a more productive and economically a more value-adding world, I feel.
Well, we are out of time, but is one last question by Mr. Sri. Yeah.
Thank you to the moderator. So this is a question which I think three gentlemen could possibly weigh in on Rangshu, Mr. Hepe, and even Jyoti, and you also if you want to. I'm curious, as Indian consumers become more prosperous, are they becoming more like global consumers? Or do you see fundamental differences in terms of their consumption habits, their approach to spending, or even in terms of what they value and don't value? So are there any experiences that you would like to share with this audience about how are these consumers different despite maybe a convergence in terms of economic
In my opinion, this philosophy that, there's an ugly duckling which will mutate into a beautiful swan is actually, in my opinion, not correct thinking. Every tier of Indian consumption is booming, but it's booming in its own unique way. So you have to understand the DNA of that demand. And secondly, the leapfrogging that has happened in India, people don't go back. So if, say, if we are roughly in parts of India where Poland was 15 years ago or Mexico was 10 years ago, the consumer of today is not going to consume the way 10 years ago Poland was consuming. So if you ask an Indian kid today that, don't play games on your smartphone, instead prefer to buy Scrabble or Rubik's Cube because, hey, that was popular in America 30 years ago, it's not going to happen. If you told an Indian consumer today to get into line to get a landline phone, he's not doing that. They're all leapfrogged to cellular technology and so on and so forth. So I think time and tide wait for nobody. And if, it is actually lazy thinking, lack of ambition to say this is our model and we'll wait for Indian consumers to catch up. And so if you're doing that, then, I'm reminded of Shakespeare who said, the fault is not in our stars that, we are underlings, but in us, or some, I think I murdered Shakespeare, but something to that effect. The fault, dear Brutus, is not in our stars, but in ourselves that we are underlings. So
well, on that note, I will have to end it here. Thank you very much. I think Suzanne has a question, but I would request her to ask outside. Thank you very much, Mr. Shubhranshu Singh, Mr. Sternberg, Mr. Sen, and Mr. Hepe for joining us at the first ever News9 Global Summit.
Thank you. Apologies, I exceeded my time, I think.
No, it was... Thanks. Thank you. Thanks, Shubhra.
Were they taking a photograph? Requesting the panelists on the playoff to please pose for the photographs. Please, sir. And of course, they will be felicitated with stalls from VfB Stuttgart. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for our panelists in the first playoff of the News9 Global Summit. Requesting Mr. Hemant Sharma to please take the stage. Please take the stage, sir. Requesting the shawls from India to be presented along with the stalls from Germany. Ladies and gentlemen, please, for our panelists, for this incredible Indo-German collaboration that's unfolding in front of you. For Mr. Hemant Sharma from VfB Stuttgart.
Wonderful.
All right. All right.
Right, thanks for that thought-provoking playoff. Let's move on to the second playoff of the day. It's sportstainment, harnessing soft power. Soft power is no more just a buzzword. Countries have realized the importance of soft power in shaping global perception. From India hosting the Cricket World Cup last year to Germany hosting Euro 2024, sport connects people. It can elevate your global profile.
Oh, absolutely, Meha. And as the world becomes more and more interconnected, the role of not just sports, but entertainment as soft power has also grown. Of course, we're from India. How can we not talk about entertainment? That's why this panel is all about sportstainment. Countries with a strong entertainment industry are influencing global trends and shaping the future of international relations. Take a look at this.
Sport is more than a game.
It's influence, culture, power.
And when mixed with entertainment, it's unstoppable.
Athletes become ambassadors. Fields become stages.
Together, they tell stories that move nations.
It's soft power in motion.
India and Germany harness this power.
Each in unique ways.
India with its cricket, cinema, and electric fan base.
Germany blends football with innovation.
PM Modi once said, "This is not an era of war."
In the 21st century, soft power reigns supreme.
Nations that harness this power build wealth.
Shape perceptions.
It's control without coercion, influence without force.
India and Germany show what's possible.
It's a bridge, a dialogue, a movement.
Leading with sports, powered by entertainment.
The playoff begins.
Right. Let me invite our distinguished panelists for the next session. Oliver Mann, Board Chairman, Baden-Württemberg Film Office. We have Friedrich Radmann, Managing Director, Konstantin Film AG. Hi. Jay Frankovich, Founder, Tibetan Blue Advisory Services. And Stefan Hildebrand, Director, Youth Development, VfB Stuttgart. And talk about multitasking. We'll be moderating the sessions.
The match referees for this playoff will be yours truly, Meha, and of course me. Meha, let's kick things off on this playoff.
Right, let's go.
Well. The final playoff on day one of the News9 Global Summit, Meha?
That's right, and this is an interesting one because I love sports. And why I love sports is because sports has a unique way of connecting people. Whatever your differences may be, if you love a sport,
connects like nobody else.
Yeah.
And I love entertainment. I love the movies, love Indian movies and German movies. So, let's put this thing together. Meha, you want to ask the first question?
Yes, I'm going to start with Jay. With all your experience in sports and entertainment, we've had this conversation even at the beginning of this summit where we talked about, how countries are using sports and entertainment as soft power. When you look at big events, which are entertaining, which attracts viewership that's diverse, are countries looking at that as a tool for promoting, their culture, their heritage? How do you see that?
Well, I think if Dana White said it best, he was speaking about his growth rate in the UFC, and they said, Dana, how can you sustain this growth rate? And he said, by connecting with content, right? So if I don't connect with the content, then I don't have the ability to grow. So if you look at the Jake Paul fight, not the greatest athlete, right? The Super Bowl brings in 200 million viewers. Jake Paul brought in 125 million viewers. And, it was great for Netflix. Yeah. It was great for Jake Paul.
Despite the troubles with the streaming.
Yeah, I mean, listen, they have the NFL coming, so they had to practice, right? So, but it was also great for boxing, right? Not so much the Jake Paul fight, but if you watch that, women's sports in general, boxing in general, that was one of the best fights, and I don't want to say female fights, because it was one of the best fights that I've seen in the past 5 or 6 years. So if you look at a place like India, and you look at Digital India, for example, they're promoting content. They're putting money behind content, and they're putting money behind the platforms that deliver that content, right? And the consumers between 18 and 35 inside of India are, obviously consuming massive amounts of content. So, once again, if you connect sports, the entertainment side of things, that's where the growth value is.
Right. Oliver, this conversation began with sports, but obviously movies are something that connect both Germany. I mean, Indians who studied the history of film, like me, we've seen German expressionist cinema. We've seen, all the different languages in which Indian movies are being made these days. And Indian movies are not just about Hindi cinema or Bollywood. You're seeing all languages from India come in. So Germany and India, in that sense, have a great collaboration to make. The word is content. Sports is content. Movies is content.
And what's your question?
The question is that we don't do enough in terms of movies between India and Germany.
This is not that easy. So I think you can't really compare the industry. So we have a private industry, a huge industry in India, but you have a industry that's depend on public fund and public television in Germany. So this is the reason why collaboration and productions are very, very difficult. So I think I don't know how famous German films are in India. So some are, but not all the films. Maybe more older films, I would say.
I will never forget watching Run Lola Run or
Pardon?
Lola Rent or Run Lola Run.
Yeah. Yes.
So famous in India.
There was an Indian remake, Lupla Pita.
Yes.
We screened it at the festival,
Yes.
so it was a great film. So, but I think this depends on people, so on the actors and actresses. So if they are known, so people will follow them. Shah Rukh Khan is the actor, so he has some fans in Germany. So, but I don't know if there are so many fans of German actors and actresses in India.
Okay, Stefan, you love football just like Indians love cricket. I mean, cricket is a religion in India, and football, I would think, in Germany, right? I've got to ask you this. Sports is used as a soft power in holding big international events. Germany hosted Euro 2024, and it was a fantastic tournament, especially in the way, I mean, it's too bad for Germany, they lost, but Spain, how brilliant was Spain? But what that does is that sort of puts you on the world map. It, gets everybody talking about what can you expect from the tournament, how is it building up in Germany. How do you look at that as soft power, holding big events, big ticket events in a country? Mike, please.
Yeah, first of all, I would like to thank the organizer for inviting me to this panel, to this event. Actually, I was asking myself a bit what could be my role here as a director of the youth development program of a football club here in Germany, and I'm happy to speak as a representative of the host here of this event. Yeah, but to answer your question, it is, if you're talking about sports, politics and economics are not too far. Yeah. And talking about big tournaments, it gives countries even a founding moment, like we experienced here in that country. I was in my past working in Qatar, and I remember the words of the ministry when he mentioned the meaning of coming together of different cultures in the youth. And what I experienced there is what in a divided world like we have now at the moment, in sports, everything is possible. So we invited teams from India. Mm-hmm. When I was working for that national system of the Qatar national teams, then we built up cooperation with the club in Delhi. I was spending many nights in the Leela Palace when we were working together with Delhi Dynamos. So sport is building bridges, and as well, sport is about creating values in terms of economics. This is what I experience in my work, and of course in sports as well.
Which leads me to the next question. Do you feel somewhat torn when you say you were working in Qatar? Now, people accused Qatar of sports washing before the World Cup, right? And I'm wondering how that fits into the scheme of things, because by the end of the World Cup, everybody was praising how well it was organized, how well it went. Tourism grew by some 400%. But as somebody who's part of the sporting ecosystem, do you worry about the integrity part of the sport with this?
Not at all. I was working there for 5 years, and I know the Eurocentric way to view what's happened over there. And but I think we should not open a political discussion at this part. But what I see is that even in that country, we had the possibility to bring in so many foreigners to experience the Arabian world. And I think this is a value maybe music can open as well, or movies, but sports brings everybody together. So I see it very positively. And here we were talking a lot of sports washing, but I don't see it. I see it differently.
Okay. Friedrich, I'm getting back to the other half of this, which is entertainment and movies. And look, so many Germans end up watching Indian movies. There is that bridge that these two cultures can have through movies. And it can be done both ways. It just doesn't have to be Germans watching Indian movies, but more and more Indians watching German films, and maybe Germany making films for the Indian market. How do you see the future of how Indo-German relations, bridges being built in Indo-German relations through movies?
First of all, I'm not a feature film expert and more coming from the streaming side, but I think your question, and I can probably better answer your first question, you answer my colleague to the right-hand side. Okay. For the success of German movies in India, I would need your advice, I'm afraid. The success of Indian movies in Germany, I mean, to my experience, not many people watch Indian movies in Germany, unfortunately. And I think this is the complex thing of culture. In an internal market, services and products, they can easily shift from one country to the other, and you use them. But in culture, it's different because you use your free time, in taste, and cultural heritage becomes more important. And people tend to watch or consume films from places they know, language-wise, cultural-wise, maybe even religion and other topics. And India is such cultural-wise, such a very, very special place for Germans. It's another world. If you haven't been there, but I've been there in Kolkata 20 years ago, and I was so amazed by what I saw, what I sent. And I went to the cinema, and the people started clapping when the main actor came on stage, and the audience was really loud the whole time, which wouldn't happen in Germany. No one is allowed to say something. If you say something in Germany, they kick you out of the cinema. So there are so many different and huge cultural differences between Germany and India that I think it would help if you look at successful films with strong Indian elements, Indian IP, Indian stories, which is where I grew up with, is, for example, Gandhi, which is, of course, Slumdog Millionaire and Lion, and there are other examples. Those films, they were Indian from the heart and from the IP and from where they're set, but they were made by Westerns. And I think to improve the success of Indian content in Germany, Indian filmmakers would need to learn from US or UK, especially filmmakers and production companies, how to address the Western market, because we are so different with the Bollywood music, with songs and stuff. We don't even know songs in movies, and we like to We should change it, but it's a tricky one.
I'm asking this in context of only one thing. You saw what happened with a film like RRR at the Oscars, your song like Natu Natu, winning the best song Oscar award. Oliver, I see you nodding along. So we're not really far away in the sense that like Germans wanting to taste that essence of Indian culture through the movies that Indians like making.
Yes, but Germans are very interested, so we see it at the festival. So most of the Germans think Bollywood is the only kind of film of movie you have from India, but there's much more,
Absolutely.
And I think I always say, when we started the festival in 2004, and then I remember there were a lot of shows with Shah Rukh Khan in Germany, and it's all more a female thing than a man thing. So, and I said to them, so you have to, at that time we had a huge TV show in Germany, it was called Wetten, Das. So, and I said, you have to bring him there, that the people get notice of him, that he can more than sing and dance in films.
Then Jay, the role of sports figures is as as a tool for shaping global influence of a country. How do you see that? Virat Kohli, for example, who's a cricketer, he is one of the most followed sportsmen on Instagram. Cristiano Ronaldo being another player. How do you see that when we talk about harnessing soft power for a country?
So I think if you look at the name, image, and licensing, and looking at these athletes at a younger age and starting to develop their ability to connect with fan bases, be in front of large audiences, work with people who have been in cricketing or football, and also merging in other aspects of entertainment. You had mentioned music. So, for example, if you are going to buy a team nowadays, it's a good thing to bring in a celebrity from the music world or Hollywood, right? Because it now boosters the eyeballs onto some of these smaller clubs. So I think, bringing in celebrities and bringing in other athletes into some of these, smaller teams is the ability for you to take that team and push its visibility globally. And, you saw it with Ryan Reynolds and Wrexham.
Yeah.
Tranmere is a small club out of Liverpool. Nobody knows it, but, right now it's got some big celebrities like Rihanna coming into that team, right? So it's going to be known as Rihanna's team, not the little brother in Liverpool, right? So these are the things. People want fully immersive experiences. And people use the word immersive all the time. But really, it's not about just watching the game on Saturday or Sunday. It's bringing it home into your house, whether it's music, video games, food on your table, right? And that's the full experience of sports nowadays. It's not just a game. So,
Friedrich, if I were to ask you, I know right now you're looking like not much has happened, but like a lot can happen. There is music that we're not discussing. There is other content. For example, where I'm coming from is look at what's happening with Korean content. So many people around the world who have never been to Korea know very little about Korean culture, all consume everything from Korean music to Korean movies to Korean series. That can happen. That is, that can happen, be it German or Indian content.
You're absolutely right about the Korean hype. Squid Games, of course, is the biggest success on the film side. And when the next season launches, which is I think next month, the Netflix server will break down again. I'm quite sure. I think the difference is the storytelling. What the Koreans and the Japanese and other countries do in opposite to India. You have a very special approach in storytelling. You mix within the storytelling musical elements. The religion is sometimes, mythology is sometimes important within your movies. And the tradition of, for example, arranged marriages is often an important topic. And on Squid Games, for example, the show could have been done in other countries of the world because all those special elements you have in Indian content, like I said, religion, cultural heritage, and all the things is not in that in the Korean. They look for us. They're Asian, of course, but the storytelling is very clear. It's very special, and we understand it, and we don't, unfortunately, the Indian way.
Okay. Stefan, as a director of youth development, VfB Stuttgart, I've got to ask you this. Grassroots development, how important is that? Investment in grassroots development for a country when it comes to seeing their international standings. Does that impact in a big way as well? You know, when somebody says, oh, this country has great infrastructure, facilities, the youth is doing well. Look at what's happening with Lamine Yamal. I mean, he's unstoppable, right? So what do you think is the impact of that?
Football is growing from down to top, not the other way around. So that's why my Chinese colleagues struggling, because it's always coming from top to down. So football has a long tradition here in Europe, and it's more than sports. So we have now a situation where in whole Germany we have renovated the infrastructural part of the youth program, because there is a main question. A bought minute of Bundesliga can't be more expensive than an educated minute of Bundesliga in your own club. Means, so we at the Youth Development Program have the goal and the aim to, with all our infrastructure, with our personnel, with our methodology, with our strategy, to create circumstances and environment where talent can grow. And my experience is, I don't want to concern anybody in India, that a game which is played only with a foot and with a big ball can be played by everyone. And my experience as well, when I was there in New Delhi, we made an open trial and we announced it one day before, and we have 2,000 kids to come. So football is growing from down to top, and it has in Germany a big impact. So even economical. So this is what my chiefs are really asking for, that it's more than a cultural program. It's just creating sports and economical values.
Jay, you know, we're talking about sports and entertainment as if they're two separate verticals. The word is sportstainment because it is the entertainmentification of sports. If I may, you know, like you can't be like, oh, you have to be a football lover, a purist to watch that game. You have to be a cricket lover or purist. Look at what's happening with a league like the Indian Premier League, the IPL for cricket, is the second most valuable sporting league in the world. So in a sense, sport is going towards that arena where it has to be as entertaining as possible and not just meant for the purists.
Yeah, I agree. You know, and it's sports in general, it's rivalries, right? Everybody likes to wake up and say, I'm the best today, right? Nobody says, I hope I finish last today. I mean, it's just, it's not the way it is. And inherently we have that in us. And you know, when you look at programs inside of India, so there's the Association of Indian University, right? Which I think is following along the same lines of what they're doing inside of the United States, where, you know, obviously we put a lot of emphasis on students and sports in the United States. But, you know, my daughter is 27, graduated college, and went on to the medical field, and that was funded by her playing softball, right? So sports, entertainment, education, it all works together. And the platform that they're doing now in India, you know, in building up these rivalries amongst these universities, I think is something special that they have. That, you know, it's something I think that's going to push the athlete from a young age, male and female, and it will grow basically the sports and academic side inside of India. So.
All right, let's throw the floor open for some questions from our audience.
Shri?
Yeah, so growing up in India, I've actually consumed a lot of German content. You'd be surprised. So there was one detective show called Old Fox. We absolutely loved it growing up as kids, you know, watching that. Then there was a game show which used to be our Sunday morning routine. So do you see an opportunity for German content to be repurposed for an Indian audience today? Even if it means dubbing that content and selling it to a market, because there are niches in the market that you could potentially tap.
It's difficult to answer, I think. Of course, the dubbing as such will make things more accessible, but there's still the setup and the storytelling and the philosophy and the cultural heritage behind. So I'm not so sure. I think what we have to do is, we Germans, to travel more to India and to get to know better your country. I mean, 440 universities were built. Maybe some of them were film schools, so I can try to persuade, film students to come over to your universities on the film side. And the same, actually, the other way around, that even more people than the 250,000 should come to Germany, be it for a longer period or only for a shorter period, that we get to know each other's culture better than we do at the moment, because it's really the different worlds. And if you sell products and services, I think it's easy, because you don't interconnect with faces and with acting and that kind of stuff, but you only have the product and or the service, which you can use from any part of the world. But when you consume culture, it's really, really different.
All right, I think we're running out of time. We've got to wrap this up, but I'm going to end with how I started this. Sports and entertainment has a unique way of connecting people. Somebody growing up in the 80s, 90s, watched a German show, still remembers it, has great memories of it. This is what sports and entertainment can do, and this is what we were talking about when we talk about harnessing soft power. Thank you so much, Oliver, Friedrich, Jay, and Stefan, for taking the time out and contributing to this.
Can I add a last story? So I think it was the 10th anniversary, so we thought about a pre-event for the festival, and we asked an Indian soccer team to come. It was Mahindra United, and they want to come, but there was no club in Stuttgart who was interested to play against them. So maybe we can do it again. So, yes, please.
That is... It's time for that to change for sure. Requesting all the panelists on this playoff to please stay on stage so that they can be felicitated with a stole from Ford Stuttgart. We have Mr. Barun Das from the TV9 network and Ron Kasper as well.
I don't know what you were saying. Yes.
And requesting all of you to just hold on for just a minute. We'll be done with this felicitation. Ladies and gentlemen, huge round of applause for all the panelists. Of course, but of course. We all got one. Thank you so much, Barunji, for doing the honors. Thank you so much. And thank you, Ruben, for doing the honors. Yeah.
All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, that's what we're doing. It's a wrap for the day. Thank you so much, sir. Okay.
Lovely. Good one.
Thank you, Jay.
Thank you.
Okay, I've been asked to make an announcement. All the delegates, please bring your badges tomorrow. It's very important. We invite you all to continue the conversation over drinks and dinner, and of course, good company. So
yes, it's at the Porsche Tunnel Club. Requesting all of you to please continue the conversations at the Porsche Tunnel Club. Thank you so much for joining us, and make sure you're with us tomorrow with the badges, as Mayor told you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Gute Nacht.
Gute Nacht. Gute Nacht.